Shields up, Iron Breakers! How's everybody doing this fine Sunday afternoon? Hopefully you're all doing good. The temperature is rising. Wait, did my... Oh my god, I can't believe this. I think my AverMedia crashed. Bro, why? Oh, there it is. I fixed it. Dude, I was like, I'm doing so well on the intro today. There's nothing wrong. And then I look over to the goddamn screen. And it's like, oh, AverMedia crashed. That's fantastic. Oh, man. How's everybody doing, guys? Y'all doing good? We're doomed. He's early? Nah, bro. I'm not early. I'm never early. Just like I'm never late. I arrive exactly as it is foretold by the elders. Ah, man. Early is cheating and doesn't count because it messes up with people who get here just in time. It's okay, I can stall. I can stall for a little bit so that the people who get here on time won't miss anything of the show. So you just get a little bit of an earlier reaction to everything that people are saying. I see Balkoth was saying that he's predicting that I was going to be late again. I'm not. See, there you go. Hola, ¿cómo está? His GPU will not burn up this time. My GPU is not burning up. But I will say, the computer from which I'm running this stream, the Rathalos rig, is not doing so hot. Okay? It's not doing so hot. And as a matter of fact, I would go as far as to say that if I needed to reboot this computer for whatever reason, I'm ending the stream. I'm just going to say, sorry guys. Because getting this computer to boot at this point is like a 2-hour ordeal. So yeah, I need to fix it. I need to basically buy a new rig, which sucks, but it is what it is. Ulixis14, thank you very much for becoming grossly incandescent. Tip of the hat. Appreciate support. Thank you. Aye, we're kind of my drive to work. Let's go. Hey, J-Can, how you doing, dude? You're not a mod yet. We need to add you as a mod. Got to fix that. You guys should check out J-Can. He also does Monster Hunter content. There you go. It is what it is. It's that simple. Olá, amigo. Já está encomendado o jogo. Difícil vai ser esperar pelo dia. Abraço. Miguel Silva. Hells yeah, dude. You already pre-ordered Monster Hunter Wilds. That's what we like to hear. You'll love to see it. Morning, Rurikon. This is a wonderful way to start my morning. Well, I'm glad to oblige. By the way, you guys might see me drink this. This is not beer. This is sparkling water. Good sparkling water. By the way, Pedres, Salgado, you guys should sponsor me. You should sponsor me. Just saying, like, no, the type of water that I like to drink, personally. Yeah, buddy. Jay can run. He takes your soul. There's no escaping for you, Ark. Your soul is mine. Oh, man. How you doing, Ark? You doing good? One more month for Wilds. Can't wait. Hell yeah, Alex. Pre-ordering Monster Hunter Wilds a week before release. You'll have to see it. Rudy in Espanol is cursed. It's not Spanish, it was Portuguese. Get it right. My birthday is tomorrow, and I pre-ordered Monster Hunter Wilds as an early gift for myself. Well, congratulations, ShadowFalk87. I've also purchased a gift for myself recently. Not related to Monster Hunter at all. We'll talk about it on today's pre-show, so to speak. What time is it there? Here it's like 4:30 in the afternoon. It's 2:30 p.m. right now. This is usually the time that I tend to boot up my stream, either at 2:30 or 3 p.m. Because there's a long window of time from which I can stream until I get to like dinner time. I'm hoping that I'm trying to see if I can move, because I want to be able to actually stream from home. So I've been trying to figure out a solution there. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping that I can move soon-ish. It's probably not going to happen before Wilds, which kind of sucks. But that would enable me to actually stream at night, having like a separate room in the house where I can just like stream at night. Because right now in my home, I'd have to stream from the living room, which is annoying. It's not easy, right? That's the thing. Rui, did you get into the Night Rain beta? Not yet, but there's a chance that Bandai Namco will send me a thing. Will send me a code, maybe. We'll see. Is it a body pillow? Yeah, it's a body pillow with your picture on it, Tommy Giggles, so that I can snuggle with you at night. And I can think about you and all the lectures you give me about me being late for the stream. Okay? So I want a body pillow. It doesn't even have like a picture actually, because, you know, I don't actually have a picture of you. It has your name printed on it so that I could snuggle. Okay? That's what we're doing. Oh, man. Man, lots of people are having their birthday tomorrow. Happy early birthday, Manuel Schwartz. And I believe I already said happy birthday to Shadow. No, was it Shadow Fox? Who was the set that they had their birthday tomorrow? Damn it. Yeah, it was Shadow Fox. I got it right. See, I got it right. The memory is still there. Stuff is still working. Okay. Now, do very quick shout outs to the Thanes! James Ray Nichols Jr., Mainstream, Luigi Rosa, Colin LaShore. Thank you very much for being grossly incandescent as Thanes! You absolute giga-chads. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. And from all the other Iron Breakers as well, obviously, and the Longbeards. All of you guys, love you all. Thank you very much. Appreciate ya. Warhammer will be doing other hunts using Preach's gear like you did for Raging Brachydios. No. Why do I have to suffer? Okay, I suffered once, and it was mostly just so that Mike would know that he could do it. Like, that was the point, because if you notice throughout those 2 days, let me give you guys a little bit of like an insight into my brain. Like, I'm seeing Mike, and he's struggling, and I'm thinking back to when he said something in the lines of, "Oh, I'm not going to grind." So if he has to grind, he's basically said that he's going to be done with the game if he's forced into going to grinding. So I'm thinking, man, he's been stuck on Raging Brocky for 2 days. He might end up quitting if he feels the need to grind. So I'm just going to do it so that he knows that it's doable. But it was miserable, bro. It was miserable. I don't want to do that again. As a matter of fact, I got it on the 3rd try, and I thought I was going to fail because I couldn't upgrade my armor. If you guys remember on the live streams, when we finished our Return to World live streams with me and Wada, when we finished those streams, it was when I started upgrading my Fatalis set, and I didn't even fully upgrade the Fatalis set because I didn't have enough money. So when I made Mike's set, and I'm like, okay, let's just go ahead and upgrade this real quick, and then I look at it, and you know, I put the stuff to upgrade the thing all the way to max, and then I look at it's red, and I'm like, why is it red? I have enough armor spheres. It didn't even cross my mind that I wouldn't have enough Zenny. I look at the top, and I was like, oh, we don't have money. We have no money on this save file. So I went on because I had to go get materials, by the way. My whole thing was, even I think I said in this chat, I said, okay, so listen, in order to make Mike's switch axe, I need a Nargacuga mantle. So here's what I'm gonna do. Okay? I'm putting a good faith effort. If I kill that Nargacuga and I get the mantle, I'll make the set. And I killed one Nargacuga and I got the mantle, and I was like, well, I guess I have to do it now. So I had to go do it. But yeah, basically, the main reason why I did it was so that I could send it to him and I could be like, listen, it's doable. I've done it. It's not fun, but it's doable. Oh, and I saw him kill it too. It was so glorious. I don't know if you guys were there for the kill, but it was very, very, very glorious. It was absolutely fantastic. What skills did he even have? Wait, I have that. I can tell. I mean, I don't know exactly which skills he had, but I have the set. It was not particularly good. Wait, where did I record this? Give me a second. If I go into media, yeah, media, and then that would show up. I think it shows up as unknown, right? Is it this one? This might be one of the failed attempts. Yeah, I think this is one of the failed attempts. But I think on here I show the skills. Yeah, this is the set. Where are the skills? Second. Eesh. Okay, here we go. This is Preach's set for people that are curious. By the way, do I have? Let me see if I can pull up chat so that you guys are featured on the live stream. There you go. Put that in there, and while we're there, let's actually put... Oh, right, this update's automatic. Okay, as I was saying, so this is Preach's set, the one that he had. He changed it. So the one in which he killed it, he actually had a evade window, but this is what he had at the time when I set out to go and kill it. So yeah, he did have blast resistance, which was actually one of the reasons why I was like, okay, if he has blast resistance, it's at least somewhat doable. If he didn't have blast resistance, I don't think I would have even tried, because that is crazy. I don't think his set was too bad. His set was terrible for one specific thing. Like, when you're playing Switch Axe and you don't have evade extender, you're going to have a bad time. That's all he needed, really. That really is all he needed to make things way easier on himself. Is like 1 point. Just 1 point in evade extender. You don't even need 2 points. 2 points is ideal, but just 1 point in evade extender would have made so much difference. It is insane. It is insane the amount of difference that would have done. The amount of times that I died because of the fact that I couldn't dodge far away enough, it was terrible. And the thing is also, I don't know how to play Switch Axe. Like, that's the funny part. I don't think this is the actual video where I killed it, right? Yeah, this is not the video where I killed it. But if we pull up the video where I actually killed it, is it this one, maybe? No, this one's also only 7 minutes. Because it was 3 attempts, like I said. Yeah, I called it Mike's setup. So if we actually go to this video, and this is the reason why I asked them to watch the thing all the way. Look at the number of Switch Axe hunts in this character. It was literally 3 hunts. That's it. That's all you get. Oh man, so yeah, the weapon is not augmented. The armor, my armor is not upgraded at all. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, it was a fun exercise, but it was pretty miserable because I had no idea what I was doing. It's like, I know the basics of Switch Axe, but that's it. You can't. It's kind of hard to get by on Raging Brachydios on a suboptimal set, while only really knowing the basics of the weapon at this point, because I hadn't played it in years. But yeah, it is what it is. For some reason, new players don't want to consider evade extender and consider evade window as damage skills, even though they're some of the best. I've said it multiple times, there's a lot of defensive skills that you can actually argue are offensive skills. One of them, which is the one that I'm a big advocate for, is earplugs. I always get crap from people for using earplugs, and I'm like, listen, brother, while you're sitting over there, either hitting your block button, or spamming your dodge button, or doing whatever it is that you want to go do, I'm sitting over here, super amped elemental discharge. It's like, roar? You mean an opening for me to super amped elemental discharge the monster? Sounds good. So it's like, yes, absolutely. Earplugs can be considered an offensive skill. Straight up. No questions asked. That's just the way that I look at it. And like that, there are plenty of other skills. Like, people gave Hey Jay crap for using Divine Blessing 5, and I was like, yeah, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. You say that you don't know very well the Switch Axe, but killing Raging Brachy 3 times, it's really impressive. No, because I've fought Raging Brachy quite a bit, and because Preach had blast resistance on his set, so it's not that hard. It's like, listen, you guys need to understand, when I do these things, I'm not doing it to flex. It's always with the attitude, if I can do it, anybody can do it. It's straight up. If I can do it, literally anybody can do it. It's that simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it because I'm not an excellent player by any stretch. And I'm not trying to be, that's the thing. I've never tried to be the best player. If you guys even go look, right? If we even go and we look on YouTube. Give me a second, let me bring this up. Where was it? This. If we look up on YouTube, my most the run that I was the most proud in for killing Alatreon is a 14-minute run. Okay? I am not an excellent player and I don't care. I'm just here to have fun. That's the thing. I'm gonna figure out how to kill the monster, and that's just about what I want to do. I don't care about it being the most efficient way. Doesn't mean anything to me. It's just, I just want to have some fun. With a shield, you don't need to be good. That's fine. I'll take the shield slander. I'm used to it. I'm used to shield slander. I don't care. Speed eating is very underrated. Agreed, Ashen Hunter. Agreed. Mushroommancer, clearly underrated. Yep. Watanagashi knows all about that. Watanagashi is a Mushroommancer enjoyer. Mushroommancer wide range enjoyer, we might add. Which is very, very nice. Burkan, you know what's fun? Using powders in multiplayer. No, that's metagaming, bro. I don't do that. I didn't say you underrated. I said you show people that underrated that they're wrong. Since you use a gun lance, you're a gun user like bowguns, right? Yeah, that's me. Just switch it to bowgun slander. You guys remember when I had Chat GPT say something about the bowgun and it went completely unhinged? For some reason, I never ended up getting a clip of that, and that was very annoying. Because it just said something like really unhinged, some inferior hunters who use bowguns, something like that. It just went full tilt mode for whatever reason. What does the Mushroommancer? Mushroommancer is a skill that lets you eat mushrooms, and you get buffs from that. You can also use Mandragora mushrooms for max potions and stuff like that. It's really good. Can we get spare shot on Gunlance? You mean spare shot for ammunition? No, spare shot on Gunlance switches to, what's it called? Razor Sharp. Because it's a bladed weapon. Slinger capacity boost is coming clutch for wallbang chains. No, I don't care that much about slinger capacity. The reason I used slinger capacity back in the day was actually for extending the duration of the Wyvern Fire blast. Because that thing sucks. That was not on Twitch, if I can remember. No, it was on YouTube. It was something on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure that it was either Rise or Sunbreak footage that we're doing. Can't wait for Wilds. I'm going to make a Mushroommancer wide range, Sword and Shield, plus Hunting Horn for a super support set. That sounds like a ton of fun. Hunting Horn is brutal in Wilds. I really like the little bits that I've played of it so far. I'm an insect glaive man, and it's more of a ranged weapons for me. If I can kill it with only my Kinsect, I'll do it. Kinsect used to be way more powerful, I feel like. Back in 4U, you could do some crazy stuff with Kinsect. Even though in World Iceborne, there was a point where people were doing Kinsect-only runs. I forget what was the trick to it, but there was some skill combination that they were doing. I remember Cups specifically doing the thing where he posted it to Twitter and everything, where he went just like numbers go brrr, and it's just like a Kinsect going through Kolthros. This is so crazy. I want artillery to affect Switch Axe zero-sum discharge. I wouldn't be against that. I wouldn't necessarily be against that. Any guidelines on what skills I should use for Insect Glaive and Bow? I'd say an underrated skill for that would probably, for some reason, my mind was going to say constipation, but it's not constipation, it's constitution. My mind was just like, a really good skill for Insect Glaive and Bow is constipation. You guys get constipation level 3? It changes the whole thing. No, but Constitution, I think, is one of the unrated ones for Bo and Senclave. Constipation, 5 points. What a shitty skill. Uri, I joined Team Red with GPU upgrade for Wilds. I hope you didn't do that because of me. I definitely don't want people to be making risky hardware decisions on account of the fact that I constantly rail against Nvidia. Even though I do rail against Nvidia, that is a fact. That is a fact, because it's very frustrating that Nvidia is going to keep upselling us on these fake frames of theirs, which apparently there's a video that you guys linked to me on Khan's Anvil. I'm not going to watch it today because it's a really long video. I'm probably going to watch it off stream because I'm super curious, but Gamers Nexus did like an analysis on the Nvidia, I think the 50 series technology, DLSS 4, all of that good stuff. And I really want to watch. Bro, the thing is, I only noticed that thing was up this morning. And I was like, oh, I really want to watch this, but I don't have enough time yet. But yeah. I end this Nvidia territory. Like, listen, I have a 7900 XTX. I can run games in 4K. Not all games. But I can run most games in 4K and not really have too many problems. But it is a 7900 XTX, which is, I think, currently the top of Team Red. But the thing to me is, I just don't want to support those crazy Nvidia prices. But you guys shouldn't join me on a crusade or anything like that. I don't know if there's any way of fixing the situation that GPUs are in right now. It's absolutely insane. Turns out the new transformer model for DLSS is less FPS. Nvidia would never do that. Nvidia, the one that people always tell me that they're like the most efficient when it comes to their software, they would never do something like that. Nvidia would never. What do you mean? Don't be unreasonable. So, since we're talking about hardware, I'm going to bring this up right off the top of the show. You guys got me the perfect segue, and I'm not going to waste it. So, I've been planning things out. Like I told you guys, the computer that is running this thing right now is, if I turn it off, turning it back on is a complete pain in the ass. The way in which I get this computer to still work is I put it to sleep rather than turning it off. But if I have one bad power outage, that's just like me wasting 2 to 3 hours to turn it back on again. And I don't want to be dealing with any of that whenever Wilds gets here. So I need to focus on a solution. By the way, I'm going to show you guys some of the things that I'm planning on. This is not me like, oh, Rurikon's doing like a donation drive. Like I don't need money. I'm good. You guys' support, like that's good. You guys don't need to give me any more, okay? So I want to make that perfectly clear. Because there are going to be prices showing up in here and shit. It's just I want to show you what I'm potentially planning on. So, sorry for the flashbang, by the way. This right here, I'm just going through, I'll probably have to go through this and change some of the stuff again. But this is the overall hardware. The reason I say I'm going to have to go through again is because they're constantly updating prices in this website. This is Global Data. It's a Portuguese website. They're constantly updating prices in here. So I usually go through and I grab whatever are the parts that are discounted and stuff like that. But this will be the general idea of what I have for my streaming rig. What you're going to call this one? Pinecone Head? I mean Basel? No, Basel is the computer that I'm on right now. If we open up, where do we even see that stuff on Windows 11 anymore? I feel like I'm so old. Whatever. This computer is the one that's called Basel. Okay, that's all you need to know. The gaming PC that we're on right now, that's the one that's called Basel Goose. I don't know what I would call this one. I haven't come up with a code name yet. But so it'd be a Ryzen 9 7900. We're going to need an AM5 socket motherboard. This is not anything too impressive, I don't think, but I don't want to skimp out on motherboard either because I've had a lot of bad motherboard experiences in the past. So Asus Prime X 670p, this should be something along these lines, should be fine. I'm going to get an H flow. The reason why I have a white case is because right now they don't have black cases on the website. They got no good black cases that I would want. Because I like my cases to be super simple. And they have like these fucking Transformer, Decepticon looking cases with all kinds of plasticky bullshit. And I'm just like, I don't want any of that, okay? I want a fucking box to put parts into. You guys are weird, okay? People have brought PC gaming to a really weird spot where there's like these really weird shaped towers. And every time I look at those motherfuckers, I'm like, what is this? Okay? I'm not building a Gundam model. I'm building a PC. All right? I want a square fucking box. I don't even want glass on it because glass can break. I'd rather this part of the box actually be fucking closed. Okay? But unfortunately, every box nowadays is going to have glass part. Like, oh, we need to look at the interior. Look at how pretty it is. It's like, I don't want to look at how pretty the thing is on the inside. I want a black box. That's it. A black box that has the computer parts in it. I like simplicity. I don't like too many lighty things and whatnot. Even people nowadays with their fucking RGB RAM sticks. I hate RGB RAM sticks. What? Why do you need LEDs? I'm going on an old man rant. I'm an old man. I've already gotten people upset on my previous Monsanto video. Let's not do that again. If you guys like RGBs, you're cool, whatever. Personally, I don't like that stuff. I like simplicity. But anyways, so we got this NZXT H5 Flow. This is the case that I'm actually using on my current gaming PC. I really like this case. Super simple, really good temperatures on all of my hardware pieces, no problems whatsoever. But you do need to use like good fans. That's why at the bottom here you'll see that I have like 5 Noctua fans. Noctua fans are the best because they give you really good cooling, almost no noise whatsoever. I haven't found anything better than Noctua when it comes to fans. Then again, I don't build PCs for a living. I don't build that many. So whenever I find something that works, I'm like, oh, I like this thing a lot. So I want to stick with it. So there's 5 fans in here. That's because you'd get like 1 in the back, 2 for the radiator, because the radiator comes with its own fans, but I'm like, no, fuck that shit. I replace the fans in the radiator with Noctua fans because they're better, usually. So, you know, you get 1 for the back, 2 for the radiator up top, plus 2 in the front. Actually, I might need another fan because I think this box has like another. So I think this actually might need to be 6. But yeah, 6 Noctua fans. Then we have 32 gigs of RAM is more than enough for a streaming rig because this is not a gaming computer. Keep that in mind. This is not a gaming computer. This is a computer that's going to stream. And so the idea is I want to be able to stream 4K AV1. That's what I want. I want AV1 streaming at 4K. And so it needs to be beefy, but it doesn't need to be super beefy. Then we have like a couple of NVMe SSDs in here. This is the reason I usually like to have 2 is you have 1 for your operating system and then another one for any recordings that I might need. I've only put 1 terabyte, even though the current machine has like 6 terabytes of storage. I just need to be better organized with my footage, and I think I can make do with 1 terabyte. I just need to be better organized is all that is. Then we have 75 watts power source because it's not 7,500. Not 7,500. Fuck, 750. I'm trying to be fancy with the way that you English people say numbers, and I'm fucking it up. 750 watts. The reason 750 is because that's enough for the processor and the GPU that I have in mind, which you guys will notice that GPU is not here. I'll tell you why that is. We do water cooling on the CPU. Ever since I've used water cooling, I can never go back to having like the big ass fans. There's too many fans on a computer. I don't want to be fucking around with fans on top of the CPU. I prefer water cooling ever since I started using it. I use all-in-one kits. I don't actually assemble the water cooling myself because I'm lazy as fuck. But yeah, that's the idea. So yeah, this would be a streaming box. Look up the Silverstone FLP01. What the fuck is that? Like, you need to understand, you talk about these parts. You need to understand, I live in Portugal, brother. I live in Portugal. We don't get good shit around here. I have to make do. Are you fucking serious right now, bro? Seriously? It has fake floppy drives? Oh my god, dude, yes! I remember these cases. That's exactly what we need. This is the type of case we need. You're 100% correct. This fucking beige box, dude. all it does it have a turbo button in the front. You remember the 48.6 processors with a turbo button? I need a turbo button. That's power? Is that supposed to be eject? I can't even read that. Bro, I didn't say open link. I said open image. No, that's reset. No, I need a turbo button, bro. How come it doesn't have the turbo button? It doesn't have the turbo button. What do you mean? Disappointed. You guys remember you'd have the turbo button and it would change the number for the megahertz when you hit the turbo? The proper overclocking on the outside of the computer. Oh, I missed the turbo button, dude. But yeah, I think that this is probably the perfect streaming rig. And you guys will notice something. Okay, Rurikhan, you're missing one very important piece. The GPU. And you see, that's the thing. I love building computers. I love it. I think it's really fun to go into a website and start theory crafting based on prices, like what would be the parts that you'd get. It's super fun. The second we get to the GPU, I'm just like, fuck this. I hate everybody involved. This whole industry fucking sucks. I can't stand it. It is terrible. GPU is, I don't even feel like building the computer anymore. No joke. Every single build that I've made for the last decade, the only reason it usually takes me way too long to build is because I have to research GPUs, because GPU pricing to quality ratios are completely fucking asinine. There's no other description for it. It is asinine. It is exploitative. It is disgusting. And Nvidia are the worst practitioners of this. By far. It's not even close. And then the problem that we also have right now is obviously the 50 series is coming out, but it's still not available in Portugal. So prices have not still adapted. So me building a computer right now, there is no chance in hell I would ever buy Nvidia because the prices are not going to be fair. They are not going to be fair in Portugal at all. There's no way to get a fair price on an Nvidia GPU in Portugal right now. Unless you're going like, oh, I need to go buy one that fell off a truck. Or one that's been, run into the fucking ground by crypto bros. That's kind of like your only sources of a reasonable price for a GPU in Portugal right now. It's just like, forget about it. Okay? It's not available anywhere. Wada was telling me he bought a 5080. Didn't you buy a 5080, Wada? You told me the other day you bought one. That's why I was saying that they're not available here. But Wada told me he bought a 5080. Yeah, see, Wada got one. Wada got one off of Newegg. There's 50 series out there. I know that Very Dave got like a 5090. So there's a bunch of them. The prices for GPUs in my country are way too high also. And then the other thing is, you guys got to remember, this is not a gaming computer. This is a streaming rig. So it doesn't need a very powerful GPU. But if I want to stream AV1, I also have a lot of limitations. So for AV1, you need the 7000 series on AMD, or you need the 4000 series plus on Nvidia. And the prices on Nvidia are just fucking stupid. So the GPU that I was planning on is this. The B50 Battle Mage, because it can stream AV1, it can encode AV1, and I've never done Intel encoding, so I don't know how good it is. That's the biggest problem. So it's a gamble. The B580 is a big gamble, but yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I'm not a big fan of AMD's encoding. I've tried it in the past. It's rough. And I don't want to buy Nvidia that leaves potentially this. But yeah, we'll see. We will see if I'm able. The thing is also, I don't know if this website's reliable. I've never bought anything from here because the website that I'm buying the parts on, Global Data, they don't stock Intel GPUs. They don't even sell Intel GPUs. So In here, you can only get AMD or Nvidia, which I don't really want to get either of those. So yeah, I would have to buy the GPU somewhere else, and I don't know if this website's reliable or not. That's the thing. So yeah, I wanted to get it on Amazon. On Amazon, the price of this GPU ballooned from one day to the other because this GPU was for 300 euros on Amazon for a day. And then the next day, it was 400. And I was like, well, what the fuck? Fuck you. But yeah, it's rough. It's kind of rough. But that's where we're at for the streaming PC. I haven't pulled the trigger on any of this yet. But this is what I'm considering, and I do need to, like, get a move on. It's just I've been busy over the last week. I've been busy a lot, basically, because real life's really getting in the way. I kind of almost wanted to make a video about it, but there's a lot of personal problems that I've been dealing with that I don't want to, like, bring up, so it's whatever. Just know that I'm not being lazy. I'm dealing with a lot of shit, basically. But yeah, that's the plan for trying to fix up a streaming PC so that we can actually stream Wilds at 4K, 60 FPS, AV1, best quality possible. Okay? You don't use Trustpilot to check on websites? I've used like 3 or 4 different websites to check on stuff. The thing is, I still have no faith because you need to understand that I'm not only dealing with ordering something from a website that I don't know if it's good or not, I'm also dealing with Portuguese mail. Okay, the same people that when I bought a pre-built PC because it had a really good GPU on it, I bought a pre-built PC because it had really good GPU and a really good price, and I was like, oh, I'm going to modify this thing to suit my needs. I bought that, okay? And so the people shipped it really well. It was a store called Pessediga. They shipped it really well. It was super well protected, super well packaged, all of that stuff. They labeled it as fragile, all of that. And you know what Portuguese mail said? They were like, oh, you guys packed this really well. Is this a fucking challenge? You think we can't fucking break it? Watch us. And yeah, when the thing got here, the GPU was like bent. Okay? It was bent downwards. So it was so bad that the PCI Express on the side of the motherboard was like the socket, not socket, the slot, whatever you want to call it, right? It was like the pins were pulled out. Okay? I was like, this is some fucking crazy shit. I've never seen this, okay? I've seen PCs get dropped on the ground and this shit doesn't happen. So I was just like, bro, you guys are some pro level dudes. Luckily the store fully refunded me, so there was not really a problem. But I can't even imagine what it was like for them because they got fucking dicked over big time. They got dicked over by Portuguese mail. So that's the thing, right? So I'm ordering from a website that I have no trust in, and I know that they're going to have to deal with Portuguese mail at some point in the chain, and that will bring its own problems. So yeah, it's pretty fucked up. They suplexed your PC, absolutely. The prices for PC components in Germany are one of the reasons I think I'll become a console gamer in the future. I mean, there's no denying that the pricing situation is much better if you're on the console side of things. I'll say that. But obviously you can't do everything on a console that you can do on a PC, so there's also that. So, anyways, getting on to better news. Now you guys know I'm trying to work on getting that PC and dealing with that, plus all of my issues that I've been dealing with recently. It takes a lot of time. I don't know what content creation is going to be looking like for the next couple of weeks, because also I need to like get some rest in order to prepare for the onslaught of content that I'm going to be bringing about once Monster Wilds comes out. So, you know. But anyways, Gaudium here reminding us Monster Hunter Wilds releasing 25 days. 25 days. Okay? Are physical stores for PC parts bad in US, Europe? I'm from Asia, but I absorbed that ordering online is more popular there. Yeah, they're terrible. Most of them. Most of them are terrible. So yeah, mostly getting parts for PCs, and at least in my country, you're getting shit online. And here's the thing, even if they have a physical store, they will often run campaigns on their online websites that are not available at the physical location, which is also weird. But yeah, it is what it is. Looking forward to your Wilds bowgun guides. You know that there was this soap opera in Brazil where they would say, I hope you wait lying down. Because if you're waiting while you're sitting, your ass is going to become a square. Probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense in English. But yeah, there was a soap opera that said something like that for when people were expressing, oh, I can't wait for this thing. I can't wait for this thing to happen. That's what I remember, something like, eu espero que você esteja deitado esperando. Se você tá sentado, seu cu vai virar quadrado, cara. Or something like that. Your ass becomes a square if you're waiting sitting down. This is because I don't do bow guns. We don't do bow guns. We don't do bows. I will likely do a longsword guide just for the basics. If you just want to get the very basics. And then if you want something more advanced, you can go watch Beppo or Eric's Gaming because they got 2.6 in there. You'll probably work something out. Yeah. Wait, are you from Brazil? No, I'm Portuguese. We share a common heritage. Square ass bow. What do you mean? You're playing a lance with a bowgun on it? Yeah, sure. You can say that, but no. What have you got against ranged weapons? I don't have anything against ranged weapons. Like, you guys think that I don't make guides for ranged weapons because I don't like using them? I've used bowguns in the past. Especially when it came to farming Colt to Roth. I was using light bowgun. You kidding me? Everybody wanted the AFK Colt to Roth. That's what I did. I AFK'd Colt to Roth with rapid fire elemental bowguns. Yep, absolutely. Yes, sir. Swap midway from lightning to frost. Yep, that's how I did it. It's not because I don't like them. It's because I don't consider myself skilled enough at teaching people all the intricacies of the different ammunition types and you know, the different spacings and all that. So I'm just not good enough at playing bowguns to the point where I'd be like, oh yeah, let me make a guide about that, you know? PC Componente has physical stores in Porto. I've purchased on that store without problems. Thank you, Miguel. And then I probably will buy it there. I've never bought from that store. It seems reliable, but I've never done it. But yeah, if they have a store in Porto, that really eases my mind. I might actually just pull the trigger on it now that you've said that. At least on that GPU, because it's at a reasonable price right now. And I want to pick up that B550, even if I don't buy a new computer, because the 2060 has shown its age. Okay, the GPU that is streaming to you guys right now, the GPU that is encoding the video that you're watching on this live stream is a 2060 that I got from a sponsorship that I did with Nvidia for Anthem. The one time I sold out because these GPUs were inflated out the ass because of crypto bros, and I was like, man, I need a GPU. You guys gotta let me have this one. I need a GPU, bro. I'm dying out here. Miltech, we'll talk about that. We will talk about that, I promise. We're gonna talk about it. I've already made a couple of statements on it, but I know that some people won't have seen it. It all comes back to Nvidia. Yep. But anyways, guys, enough of the PC hardware discussions. Monster Hunter Wilds, 25 days. I want to make another announcement in case you guys have missed it. The Monster Hunter Awards. Oh, you an Anthem guy? Yeah, I liked Anthem. Anyway, the Monster Hunter Awards. These are the awards for the year of 2024. This is something that I was invited to be a part of. I was initially approached by Shinkrai, who is a lovely Spaniard. Credit to the people of Spain, who I usually despise. I'm joking. I just like to bring that up because Portugal and Spain obviously have centuries of rivalry. But yeah, I met Shincry at Gamescom, and he approached me. He's like, "Hey, we're planning on doing this thing for awards. Would you like to be a part of it?" And usually, here's something that I think a lot of people don't know. But when people ask me to participate in anything Monster Hunter related, I usually just say yes. So it's like the moment he said that is like, especially if it's someone that I already know, I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And so I was brought on board. I was not aware of how big the project was going to be. This is actually a project that involves, I think it's a little bit short of 30 people. So there's a lot of content creators involved. A lot of people from the Monster Hunter community are involved. A lot of people that I didn't even know. But yeah, there's a lot of people involved with the project. And they also asked me to host the show on my channel. And I was like, oh. I see it as an honor. Like, there's all these people working for this thing. And they wanted to host it on my channel. I'm like, yeah, sure, that'll be great. I'll do it, sure. So an important thing that I will bring up is the show will be monetized. The reasoning for that is if you don't monetize something on YouTube, YouTube doesn't push it. I've talked about this a million times. If you do stuff and you don't put ads on it, YouTube will not push it. It will not get viewership. And for all the effort that people are putting in, you know, I want the thing to get as many views as possible. But even though it's monetized, I've already stated we need to sort out something where we set like a date, like a cutoff date at some point, and I will pass off all the money that this video makes to one of you, and you guys do something else with it. I don't want to make any money out of it. Basically, that's the point that I also made. And another thing that I wanted to bring up is even though this will be premiered, assuming that all things go right, because I know that the editing team is going to town right now and people are producing content right now, but assuming that everything goes right with the scheduling of the Hunters Awards 2024, this should go live on February 22nd at the times that you guys see here. But I wanted to say, if you happen to be a content creator, if you happen to be somebody who streams, whatever, and you're like, oh, can I restream it? Yes, you can co-stream it. You can do whatever you want. Just don't blatantly re-upload it, obviously. But like, if you want to like do reactions, if you want to cut off snippets and celebrate that, do whatever you want with it. You're free to grab it, download it, or react to it on the spot. Do whatever you want. We don't care. This is a community-driven event for the community, and as such, I'm not going to put any, you know, any barriers or any walls to the content itself. Why not just give out copies of WoWs with the money? Like I said, listen, I don't even want to be involved in that discussion. All I want is like, let's set a cutoff date, and then I grab the lump sum of money that this makes through monetization, and I give it to somebody on the team, and you guys figure it out. So you guys can go and suggest that to Maple Syrup or whatever. I believe that the idea that they had was like potentially giving it to charity or something. And I'm like, I'm cool with whatever. I just don't want to, you know, I just don't want it to seem like, oh, it's hosted on Rurikon's channel and he's making bank off of this effort of like 30 plus people in the community. No, I don't want any of the money of this video. So that's the thing. What's this award show about? It's about celebrating the community. So there's like, I think, an award for cosplay. There's an award for guide makers. There's an award for different facets of content creation. YouTube award, a live streaming award. There's a bunch of stuff, right? Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Goatman. I'm gonna give the money back to the people that organized it, and then they can figure out what to do with it. That's the whole point of this. It's like a creator celebration show. Some really cool people in there. And Rurikon. Yep. Just like Kark said. There's some really cool people on that show. And then there's me. I appreciate your paranoid integrity, Rurikon. I mean, it is what it is. The thing to me is always, I like, what's it called? Transparency. I like transparency. Like, if you guys remember, even when we were at the Gamescom live stream that we did with the Monster Hunter team, it was me and Jono, and we were doing like the live stream straight from Gamescom. First thing that I said is like, a Gamescom paid for my trip here. This is like, everybody needs to know whenever there's anything that there's money exchanging hands, it's like, no. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is all fucking transparent to the nth degree. That simple. I hope there's a category for lore ecology videos. I think there is. I think Maple tweeted about it already. Where was it? Maple has like a bunch of posts promoting stuff from the community for like all of the awards. Yeah, like here it is. All the categories and nominees. See? So there's artist, which you have the nominees here already. ABBK, Aflus, Boorad, Shen, Starsa. There's creative media, where you have Pikmin, Jacob, Quirkless, Stoner, Rith, T Common Shark, UGB. Cosplayer nominees, Craft Locust, Kaiju Typhoon, Keiku, Peachy Pop, Shaco Cosplay. YouTuber nominees, Flyan, Giddy Fox, Pyrex, Skarskull, Uno Hunter. Streamer, Forest Raider, Elix 101 Gaming, Mig Monster Hunter, Miss 5000 Watts, Vicery, Guide Maker, Angbata, Baruso, Cowslayer, Light It Up Dan, Lord Vietner, Research. It's the Researcher, I think. It's what the closest thing to what you were saying is probably the Researcher Award. Dreads, Heavy Wings, Kogath, Oceanus, Unnatural, Historian, Ben Lagiacris, Lutiranus, Shrade Academy, Shrade Academy, Gagiero Celtus, Zugzwang, Challenger nominees, Cephalrend, Kanta, Dr. Phil, Azzy, GL, MH, Fryren, Speedrunner, Brig, Havoc, Juicy, Kage, Preya, Monster Hunter Group, Rage Gaming, Triple Card Team, Monster Hunter Wiki, Elixir, Monster Hunter, and Ouroboros Monster Hunter. I think that these are all of the awards. The thing is, you guys got to remember, here's something that a lot of people may not know. This whole thing was put together in January. The organizational stage of this started in January. So it's like, I believe that the idea is that we're going to have a better show next year, but this year is kind of like a pilot type of thing. But yeah, it was super, super last minute. But yeah, that's the thing that I want to make sure that you guys are aware. This is going to be like the 22nd. Did I put... yeah, there's the timings are here. For us, it would be CET, I think. This would be the time for us. But whatever. The thing is, the moment I have the final cut, I will put it here and I will set up an event so that you guys will have like a big window, as big of a window as I can give you to hit the notification thing so that you realize when it's going back up. Okay? So that's kind of like the idea. Miltech, it's okay to not like certain content creators' content. That's fine. I think that's perfectly fine. I just think that in that case, just don't watch it. Personally, I like some of their stuff. I don't like all of their stuff. But they're really cool dudes. I like chatting with them. I like them. I like Josh. I like Hollow. I like Cotton. I think they're super cool. I do also, like I've said many times, I think that they ride that algorithm line really, really hard. And that's going to get them on a lot of people's bad side. But it is what it is. I don't blame them for it. They have a team of 3 people that they have to support. Okay? I used to have, Chris helping me out with my videos. So I know exactly what the pressure is when somebody else depends on you. Because whenever I'm by myself, it's like, well, if I fuck up, that's my own problem. And you guys know that I'm crazy. I'll do content about stuff that is not going to get me views. But when you have somebody else on your team and they're dependent on you, it's not as easy to make those calls. So it is what it is. Hey, Kagrin, what's up? But yeah, so that is going to be the Hunter Awards on the 22nd. Okay. We got to talk about this. Wait, I had posted another thing on here that I wanted to show you. There's another picture. So this was yesterday, okay? because of all of this stuff that's been happening in my life, yesterday I actually took some time after I did this birthday party thing for my kid, where we went to like this place with trampolines and stuff. You know, after we did all of that, got him like a birthday cake, had some friends over so that they could celebrate. Because it wasn't his actual birthday. His birthday was on the 28th, which we already celebrated in family and stuff. But this was like to get a couple of friends together on the weekend. So we did this thing where I rented out this place. Not really rented out, but it's like a place that organizes birthday parties, but they have trampolines and, you know, foam pits. Actual foam pits, not like the ones that they had over on TwitchCon, where, you know, bad things happened over there, but actual foam pits where children can go and play and jump and do crazy things. So we did that in the morning, and then in the afternoon I was like, I just need some time for myself. So I grabbed a good friend of mine, and we went to the store because I wanted to buy this thing. And so let me talk about this a little bit. Jenny, thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat, appreciate the support. Thank you. So let me talk a little bit about this. I have a history with Warhammer. I've showed you guys my miniatures in the past, where I played Warhammer Fantasy Battles. And the funny thing is, right? So I played Warhammer Fantasy Battles for a couple of years. I love it. I still have my whole Dwarven army fully painted. I actually lost it for a while. I didn't know where it was. My wife found it yesterday because I asked her to look a little bit around the house. She found it yesterday. But at a certain point, I quit playing Fantasy Battles because they changed some rules, and basically I would have to remake my whole army for it to actually be able to be... let's make it like this. My army was legal the way that it was, but if I was to face anyone with the new rules, I would get destroyed. I would have no chance whatsoever in winning. So I would have to fundamentally change my whole army in order to be able to continue to field it. And I was like, no. Like, I've made an army that I was happy with. I followed the rules. Everything was fine, and I was happy with my army, and I was working on my second army, okay? Look at the level that I was deep into to Warhammer at this point, that I've made one army. I probably had like 3,000 points, even though, you know, I would play 2,000 points games. That was the thing. So I had like 3,000 points worth of units, of Dwarven units, all painted. Okay, you guys don't understand the amount of effort that you go into doing these things. Those of you that don't know, I'll show you guys some of these miniatures now so that you understand what's happening here. But, you know, I had like 3,000 points worth of dwarves that I would usually fight in 2,000 points games. And I was working on my second army, which is I was making a Tomb King's army, because I wanted something that was going to be easier to paint. And I still wanted to play with a different army just to experience what that was like. So I was working on my second army, and this rule change comes on where they just completely invalidate the army that I had. It was just like, nope, if you bring this to a tournament, you're going to get fucking crushed. And I was like, you understand the amount of investment that there's been in me learning how to play the game and me cutting up these miniatures and me painting them, doing all these things. I'm not the best painter in the world, but they were like, you know, I was one of the few people that would show up to tournament with fully painted miniatures because I was really proud of it. And then I was like, well, fuck this. If you're just going to change the rules and all of a sudden I need to buy like fucking 100 more miniatures just because you want to make more money, you can eat my ass. And I quit. So I quit. It was right. I didn't instantly quit. That's the worst part. Because, like, check this out, right? After they announced it, look at how invested I was. Let me show you something. So after they announced the change, I immediately, impulse, bought this. Which was a thing that they were selling immediately after they announced these changes because they knew that specifically dwarf players would have to buy a fuckload of miniatures. I don't even remember how much this cost, but I know this shit was expensive. Like, there are so many miniatures that you can build. And this is full, by the way. Like, this is still full. I haven't done almost anything with this. But yeah, I impulse bought this, which has like an artillery unit, a bunch of dwarven warriors, bunch of stuff. And then I realized, this is fucking stupid. I'm an idiot, and I should just quit. And that's when I quit. So, yeah. Another interesting thing, right? While I was playing Warhammer, I was trying to get these two friends of mine to get into Warhammer with me so that we could all play together. And I would take them to the store and shit, because usually in these stores they'll have like terrain and stuff like that where you can actually play the things proper. So I'd take them to the store with me and we'd play and do all of that stuff, right? And they never got into it. They never got into it. And so eventually I quit playing the Warhammer. I just completely gave up. And I, you know, because of the rule changed, I stored my stuff away and I never touched it again. And then recently, these friends of mine, they've been getting into Warhammer, but they've been getting into Kill Team, which is a very different thing. And they kept like poking at me. Oh man, you got to get in. You got to get in. Got to come back to Warhammer. And I was like, bro, they fucked me over so bad. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do it again. But so they bought a fuckload of like Kill Team. Now Kill Team is very different. See, with the army thing that I was doing, it's like, look at the amount of miniatures. Like, you look at this, and you're just like, look at all these miniatures. These miniatures are like not even half of an army, okay? Not even half. They're probably like a fifth of an army. All those miniatures that you see in the box, right? And so, Kill Team is different because it's a lot less miniatures. And so I'm like, oh, you know, the gears are clicking. And then eventually, because they bought a bunch of different kill teams, they're like, hey, let's make a game and you'll play my kill team. Like a friend of mine was telling me, oh, you'll play my kill team. And I was like, sure, fine, whatever. So he gives me his kill team. You know, we roll a couple of dice. We play a couple of matches. We still don't even know the rules properly because I haven't even bothered looking them up. So we're probably doing a ton of shit wrong. But it was fun. It was fun. I will say it was really fun. So naturally, I'm like, okay, if I'm going to get into this, I need to buy my own team. And that's what I went and I did yesterday. I went with a friend of mine. We went to a store in Portugal. The only store in Portugal, apparently, that had the kill team of Hurricane Jaegers. Because Hurricane Jaegers are kind of like the dwarves of kill team. There's two dwarven teams for kill team, which is Hurricane Jaegers and Earthkin Salvagers. I didn't like the Salvagers as much. The Jaegers looked way cooler. Because that's the thing, right? I'm not looking for, oh, I need the most powerful kill team. It's more like, I need a kill team that looks cool. And if there's a Dwarven kill team, I want to get that. So, we bought this box. And for those of you that don't know how this works, I'm going to show it to you. Just so that you guys have an idea. Because this is cool. And I'm not trying to say that you need to go out there and play. Don't do it. It's really expensive. This is an extremely expensive hobby. This was just like, I need something for myself, you know? So yesterday we went out, we bought this, and then me and my friend got together to assemble a couple of them. I haven't assembled all of them, but basically, if you guys never done this is what comes in the boxes. It's like a modeling kit, right? Because these are models. And then all of these are like little itty bitty parts that you kind of like get for arm pieces, guns, and stuff like that. And you glue them all together. And this box has enough parts to make 10 Hurricane Jaeger operatives with a bunch of different variations and stuff like that. I'm kind of a vanilla guy. I just want to have the default looking army because I think it looks real good. I changed some heads around because I didn't like all of the heads that the default guys came with, so I swapped their heads around. You gonna paint them too? Yeah, I will. I will eventually paint them. But yeah, this is what the sprues look like. And I do have a couple of them assembled that I will show you. This is what they look like assembled. Like, let me show you guys the leader of the unit. This is the leader of the unit. I'm not sure if the camera is focusing. Let me zoom in here. Yeah, you guys can kind of see it. So this is the Hurricane Jaeger's leader. He's called a Thane. It's a Thane, but it's in a different way. But he's got like this plasma knife and a shotgun. Now, the cool thing about these little miniatures is that everything that they have equipped on them is actually a piece of gear. So for instance, if you see here, there's like a little holster for a gun. That's to signify that he doesn't only have this shotgun, but he also has this bolt pistol here. But yeah, this is what the leader looks like. Then we have this guy that's got like dual revolvers. He's called a Bombast, a Hurricane Jaeger Bombast, which looks badass. But yeah, these aren't painted yet. Painting these is going to take like an eternity or whatever. But I'm not in any rush. Then we have this one that's a Bladekin. So he just runs around with 2 blade knives. And then this guy is the heavy. So he's got like an RPG. He's got a little RPG with a bipod and a gun, stuff like that. And then there is I think this guy's a tracker. He's got like little goggles and stuff. He's got an axe and a crossbow. Then I have my sniper. The sniper looks really cool. Like, look at that. That sniper looks cool as fuck. Look at the size of that rifle. It's bigger than he is. And then we have, this guy's called an Iron Break. He's not really an Iron Breaker, but a lot of these names come from Warhammer. But he's an Iron Break because he lays down mines, and the mines explode and deal fuckloads of damage. So that's why he's got a shovel. Like, you see how he's got a shovel in his other hand? The shovel is for digging holes so that he can plant the mines. But yeah, there's a little, there's a lot of detail to these miniatures, and it's very fun to like assemble and paint and take your time. That's a part of the process of Warhammer that I've always enjoyed. It's like assembling the miniatures. The thing that I don't enjoy is planning out this thing, which is expensive as fuck, and then, you know, basically feeling like I got fucked around because you decided to add a patch to your game that invalidates my whole fucking army. Which was really stupid of them to do, but yeah. Crazy that it's so expensive when you are making it yourself. So this box, right, that has all those sprues, which is enough to make 10 operatives, of which I think I only get to use 9 in the game, because I haven't really seen the rules. Because I don't really think about the rules when I'm building an army. I don't care if the army is strong or not. I care about how cool is the army. That's what really matters to me. Is it a cool army? Okay, then I want it. And so the thing is, this box was 55 euro, which I think you can get it online for cheaper. It costs more because of the convenience of you just being able to go to the store and pick it up on the spot instantly. So, but the actual price of it at Games Workshop, if you're to buy directly from Games Workshop, is 55 euro. So the store is selling it pretty much at the same price as the official. So I was like, ah, it's fine. It's whatever. So we went to the store and we picked it up. Going to Warhammer is the natural evolution of gaming, aging gracefully. Welcome back. Witcho, it's funny because I used to play Warhammer back when I was like 20-something. But yeah, anyway, I did do this, and I do want to take some time off to assemble my miniatures and do stuff. I was actually even thinking about doing it today. I was like, man, I should just not stream today. I should just go and hang out with my friend. We could assemble the rest of the minis, maybe even get them primed, and then start a little bit on the paint and whatnot. I haven't really picked the colors that I'm going to paint these in either. But yeah, yeah. Do you play Warhammer games? I used to, back in the day. I used to play Fantasy Battles. But now I'm not getting into big army battles anymore. I'm definitely not doing that. But Kill Team is cool because it's small. It's less units, it's more tactical. You know, and the little that I've played of it has been pretty fun. I think I've won all 3 games that I was a part of. Yeah, I think I did. It's been really funny. 3D printer goes brrr. I mean, yeah, you can do that too. That's why I quit Magic. Too expensive to keep up with the new sets. Yeah, that's what I told my friends. I was like, listen, I will buy one thing of miniatures, and that's it. I'm not building a fucking 40k army. I'm not building I think it's called Age of Sigmar now, the fantasy battles one. I'm not building an Age of Sigmar army. Forget about all that nonsense. I'm not going down that road again, because I already know that if I do anything that is big scale, that Games Workshop can just come around and fuck me over, and I'm not interested in that. So it's like, no, I'm not doing anything big scale with Warhammer ever again. Like, I'm willing to buy a couple of kill teams. Maybe I'll buy the salvagers as well at some point, but that's probably it. Buy more dollies. That's the funny thing. We have this thing where people would say, and whenever you were at the stores, people would say, tenho que comprar mais bonecos. Bonecos is like almost a way to say toys. And everybody would go like, no. These aren't toys. These are collectible miniatures. Okay? Collectible miniatures. There's a different sound to it. You're not buying toys. What about 1 to 18 models like Joy Toy? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I always just bought straight Warhammer stuff. I never got around to doing any 3D printing or any of that stuff, so it is what it is. But yeah, this is just something I wanted to let you guys know. It's a pretty fun thing, but yeah, it is what it is. So let's talk about the situation that happened with the video on Friday, because I don't shy away from criticism. I've gotten a lot of people that were annoyed over what I talked about, me being concerned about difficulty and all that stuff. And I want to make sure that people understand one thing, and I put that as a pinned comment in the video. I'm super excited to jump into Wilds. Okay? I am super excited to jump into Wilds. I'm going to play Wilds no matter what. But I will point out certain things whenever I see in gameplay that it just doesn't look like, you know, like the grab attacks, right? You look at those grab attacks and you're like, I don't know about that. And then when you're telling me that, like, oh, the first 7 monsters you don't cart. I understand that a lot of people are of the opinion that if I'm a veteran, you shouldn't cart in the beginning of the game, because otherwise the game is too hard for newer players. And then, you know, a lot of people might think that I'm coming from an elitist standpoint and trying to gatekeep people out of the series, which is always something that does annoy me a little bit when people think that I'm trying to gatekeep. It's like, if I'm trying to gatekeep, why would I make guides specifically designed for newer players, which usually is what my guides are designed for, to bring more people into the game. The thing is, I'm always wary of things getting too easy. I am. I'm sorry if sometimes that can be a little bit of a downer. I understand. I need to be maybe more aware of it and not voice it as often, because there is this tendency, if you are a YouTuber, to kind of repeat talking points a little bit. Like, for instance, something that you all need to know. This is very important. We have to go full screen for this. You all need to know the open beta that we're getting next week does not include the performance improvements of the final game. I'm not memeing. This is important for everybody to be aware of, okay? I don't want to hear people going all crazy like, oh, they haven't improved the performance at all. Yes, they haven't, because they said they wouldn't specifically for this beta. But for the final version of the game, the performance will be different. We've heard from the people who were at Osaka who talked about how the performance was better there, okay? So be aware, the Open Beta 2 does not have the performance improvements that were mentioned in the recent community update. They also do not have the weapon changes, like the Insect Glaive bounce, like the Switch X Hyper Armor, like the Lance being able to counter thrusts, all the time. All of that, okay? That is not in there. So no performance improvements, no weapons changes. This is just for you to fight, play a little bit more Monster Hunter. That's the intent of this beta. Keep that in mind. I will say it, until the end of times. Yami Florence, thank you very much for being roasting with us for 45 months. Tip of the hat. Appreciate support. Thank you. Thank you for doing your best to make sure everyone's supported with all things Monster Hunter. Can't wait for all. Thank you, Yami. I appreciate it. But like, as I was saying, okay? I know that this is setting them up for criticism and all that. But now, getting back to my point, is like, there is a tendency as a YouTuber to repeat a lot of the things that you've said. And like I said, this is potentially something that I need to be more aware of, and I need to do a better job of not repeating myself as much. But the reason why we have this tendency to repeat ourselves is because, unfortunately, the way the YouTube algorithm works, I never know if somebody who is watching a video of mine knows about something that I've said in a previous video. There's no way for me to know if that's the case or not. And so, if I'm not careful in the way that I'm presenting things, I suffer the risk of assuming that people know something that they might not. Like, even when I made the post telling people, hey, listen, I will be posting monsters that have been officially announced in my thumbnails and stuff like that, I made a post specifically about that because I know that for some people, they don't want to know these things. But I can't ensure that people see that post because that's just the way that the algorithm works. It's random. Some people will get it, some people won't. And there's nothing I can do about that. So that gets it into our head of you should repeat this information because not everybody would know. And sometimes when it gets to difficulty stuff, you know, I understand though. I've seen plenty of comments and people are like, we know, Rory, shut up. Just get hyped. Shut up. I did not see that post, and I don't want to see those thumbnails. Well, at this point, if you don't want to get, like, spoiled of stuff that's been officially confirmed, I think that people just need to get out of social media, because it's very hard not to see stuff at this point. But yeah. At this point, I don't care about being attacked, but as someone who has played the entire series since it first came out 20 years ago, I feel frustrated in Wilds because of how easy the game it is. See, that's the thing. I know that some people feel that way, and some people don't. And it's very hard nowadays to navigate social media because I feel like people have this tendency to just assume the worst from whatever it is that you happen to say. And, you know, like, so I'm talking about it now. I think one of the things that brought it up was when, I think it's Courtney is her name. Courtney the Freitas, right? I think I have an article here from her that we're going to be checking out. Casey the Freitas. Sorry, I butchered your name. I'm Portuguese. That's my excuse. Casey the Freitas. She actually did fantastic coverage, okay? But when she said, like, oh, I went through and I killed the first, I think it was the first 7 monsters or whatever it was, and I didn't card once, and then she carded to, you know, the Black Flame, I was like, man, I would like to cart in those early monsters. I would. But I understand that's not a popular thing. A lot of people want to get through it and they just want to like get to the end game and then experience that. Whereas I like a more slow burn when I'm going through the game. But, you know, it is what it is. I understand the feedback and I'm going to try to not complain as much about the difficulty. It'll probably still happen because it's just ingrained in me. But I get it. I get the feedback is what I'm saying. Are you going to play Wilds on PC or consoles? I'm going to play on PC. Every new monster hunter is a blessing no matter the circumstances. Yeah, I agree. I love the franchise. Easy way to get an increase in difficulty is to just play a gunner weapon. See, that's the other thing. A lot of people are saying, oh, you should just play without armor. It's like, I don't like the idea that you need to go outside the fun parts of the game to find challenge. Because, like, one of the most fun parts of the game is like, oh, man, there's this new armor. It's got attack up. Hell yeah, I'm going to equip that. Or, you know, there's this new armor. It's got artillery. Hell yeah, I'm going to equip. It's like, I don't want to like, oh, I guess I won't use this armor because I want to play naked. You know? Yeah, that's the thing, El Renatos. I hope that there's maybe like a system where I can tell the game, hey, can I do the story quests in like 5-star monsters? And that would kind of like, you know, be good for everyone, I feel. Zbug84, thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat, appreciate support. I'm in a weird holding pattern where I don't want to play World and Rise because I know Wilds is coming, but I also might skip the beta. I won't have no self-control. Shields up, hope they do a benchmark. Yeah, I hope they do a benchmark. Benchmark is what I think would be one of the most important things that the team could do right now. Where kind of you buying the $100 version of Wilds? No, I'm probably going to get a review code. But if I wasn't getting a review code, probably yes. I don't even know what those versions bring. You want the challenge, play with Preach. True! Just use Preach's set. That'll be a challenge. And by the way, that's another thing that's happening. On Monday, we're doing the spoiler cast with Preach. Is that something that I have on here? No, this is for the Tuesday thing. So on Monday, we're doing the spoiler podcast with Preach. For those of you that are interested in that. Preach is super excited about it, apparently, because every time I keep hearing him talk, I can't wait to talk about this thing and whatnot. And I was like, okay, that's cool. It'll be interesting for me to bring it up. By the way, is there anything that you guys want me to bring up to Preach? I don't know if there are people here who have been following Preach's journey or not. Fancy Rurikon and his review codes. Listen, you see how much money I'm gonna have to spend on the streaming PC? You guys gotta give me something. Okay? Get him on Divine Blessing 5. Palamutes. I have a list. I mean, I have a list too. Let me bring up my list and we can look at it together. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, it's this. So the things that I have here is Switch Axe. The reason Switch is in all caps, we can even like put it with bold, is because I feel like I need to remind Preach that he needs to do morph attacks. Shout out Dear Gamer. I've shout out Dear Gamer plenty of times. Dear Gamer's awesome. Sorry, I have a list for Preach. So I have Switch Axe, I have Stun Mashing, which apparently he's been waiting out his stuns. He doesn't know that you can like spin the analog stick and mash buttons to get out of stuns faster. I think he knows about not Tail Raiders, it's actually Raider Rides. I think he knows about these. I wasn't sure. I want to talk a little bit about Safi Jiva, Elatreon. I'm probably not going to mention Fatalis. I will just say there's something else after Elatreon, but I probably will not talk about Fatalis. So that's the thing. We'll talk about Raging Brachydios. I'm sure he'll have stuff that he'll want to ask me about it. I want to talk to him about mounting mechanics because I don't know if he still fully understands how mounting mechanics work. Evade Extender. Talk to him about sieges in general. Artillery. Elemental versus ailments. Even though people already told them that, like, blast is not an element. Which I was like, oh man, you guys spoiled it. Wouldn't it have been fun to have Preach just do Elatreon a bunch of times with blast? Can you imagine Preach just doing Elatreon a bunch of times with blast? Plot twist, he's watching right now. No, he wouldn't spoil himself. I don't think he would spoil himself. Superman dive? Oh yeah, I gotta bring out the Superman dive. So hit me up with more stuff that you want me to tell him. Tell him he's gonna fight a real evil noodle. I told him there was something called a long boy. I told him there was a long boy. He knows Fatalis exists. He saw him in the event quests. Yeah, but he probably... I don't know if he knows... No! Is Fatalis in the event quests? Oh yeah, he is. He is. We'll see. Superman dive. Stay down. Yeah, true. Keep camera on monster. You mean lock-on mechanics? I'm not talking about hard lock-on, which World does have. I'm talking about recentering camera. Actually, let's just call it camera recentering. How about removing mantles to start the cooldown? Mantle removal. Palico tools. He knows about Palico tools. I was excited for this podcast as I am for Wilds itself. The whole journey of Mike was so fun to witness. It was. It is. It's still ongoing. It's not like it's over. The good click to reset lock-on thing. Yeah, exactly. Palico tool. Why would Palico tools be good? Does he not understand Palico tools? Really? I thought he understood. He just plays with healing because that's the most useful one for him right now. This new open beta lasts for 3 days. Yeah, but it's got like 2 sessions. So there's the session on the 6th or 7th, depending on where you live. And then there's another one on Valentine's. And both of those last around 3 days, give or take. Mention you can carve faster while crouched. The fuck is this hidden tech that not even I have ever heard of? That's a lie, sir. We're trying to actually give him proper information this time, not meme on him. Talk to him about orange versus white numbers. Okay, so... Orange versus white numbers plus affinity. Give him the lowdown on affinity as well. It is real. Crouch carving is real. No, no, no! I refuse! It takes the animation away. But you can hold the button! You can hold the button! I'm losing my fucking mind. There is no way. I'm testing that after the stream. There is no shot that if you hold the button, you'll get it faster if you crouch. There's no, I don't believe you. I do not believe you. I'll test it, okay? I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt. I can show you one for you right now. No, Ark. Show it to me in World. I don't care about for you. We're talking about World. What do you mean? Oh, man. Old games for sure. He's talking about World and Forward. Well, exactly. I'm talking about World and Forward. That's what Mike is playing. We're just talking about World. Yeah, it's like if you are mashing the carve button and your character is getting up, going down, carve, getting up, going down, carve. If you're mashing the carve button, then yeah, it'll probably be slower. But if you hold the button down and you do all of your carves, there's no way it should be faster. You are fake hunter if you don't know this tech. Fake hunter Rurikan. Fake fan! I am a fake fan. That 100% works in World, crouch and hold. I will test this. I will test this. Petting Poogie. Oh yeah, I gotta gaslight him on Poogie for sure. Poogie increases drops. Do you know about holding sprint button? Yeah, that I know. Faster menus are one. Poogie drop legend. Yeah, baby. You know it. Rub the pig. My friend used to call it rub the pig. Poogie is the defense against the desire sensor. Absolutely, dude. You know that Poogie works. You know this works. Video tomorrow on crouch carving. Guys, this new Monster Hunter World tech just dropped. If you crouch while... This is a game changer. Best new world tech. Best new Monster Hunter World tech. Teach him how to get Poogie outfits. Not even I remember. You have to pick up Poogie and drop him in places, right? I don't remember where you have to drop him. Roll to cancel animations of potions or sheeting. I'm pretty sure he knows about roll canceling. No? Roll canceling? He should know that. One of these things is a lie. Maybe explained. Oh, we need to have the food conversation. Yep. Food buffs. Although I'll be real, it was weird to me because he was doing the experiment the other day on stream and he had feline foodie, and depending on the food that he was eating, the buff would show up and not show up, and I was like, I'm ashamed to admit, I have no idea why the fuck that's happening. because I never even look at the daily buffs. But it was so funny that he thought that, like, in my video, this is some strange Rurikon trick with the feline foodie skill. And I was like, that's fucking luck, bro. It's just luck. Why not get an air cooler, Rui? Peerless assassins are really good. I think you're watching in the past, brother. You're watching in the past. I don't like air coolers. I like water coolers because they're more quiet. Capture faster than killing. I will never say that. I will not encourage this capture behavior. This disgusting, toxic behavior of people trapping the monster and denying me the killing blow. I will never preach about capture being faster than killing. You kill everything! Kill them all! Teach him about forcing enrage with claw? Yeah, we should talk about clutch claw some more for sure. I'll reorder these before the podcast tomorrow. Make sure that I get all of these in there. Toxic capturelinity, absolutely. We do not capture monsters in this house. Colton is correct. We do not capture monsters in this house. Is capture different rewards still a thing in Wilds? I don't know, I haven't really tested it. Nor will I. Because I kill everything. That's how this goes. About water coolers, that's not true, by the way. Some fan speeds, plus you get water pump noise at the top of them. Yeah. My old computer, the Rathalos rig that I need to replace, that's actually a funny thing. I've always heard this noise from the computer, and it sounds like a hard drive noise, like, you know, from an HDD, like, you know, like the mechanical drive going through and reading data. And I've heard that noise for a long time, and I'm always like, man, this rig is so fucked. These hard drives have to be destroyed by now. And because of the recent issues that I had with it, I've taken it apart, and I paid more attention to the noise, and I was like, wait, these noises aren't coming from the drive. It sounds like hard drive noise, but they aren't coming from the drive. This is coming from the water cooler. So probably because it's old as fuck. It's a super old water cooler by now. I should have repasted that thing to begin with, but considering how busted it is, I'm not even going to bother at this point. But yeah, repasting is not going to fix the water cooler noises. But it was just interesting that I thought noises from the water cooler were hard drive read and write sounds. Makes that sound because the coolant level went low? Maybe. I don't know. The processor's still operating at like 50 degrees, so it's not too bad. But yeah, it's far from optimal. AIOs are rated for 4 to 5 years normally. It's been running smoothly for over 10. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Health boost +3. I'll talk about health boosts. Oni Hunter, I'm probably going to use the B550, 580, the Battle Mage Intel new GPU. I want to test the encoding capabilities of that GPU, see if it's good. Because it's not for gaming, it's for encoding video. And if it's got good encoding capabilities, I don't need it to be particularly good at gaming. I need it to be particularly good at rendering video. And I would rather do that than give Nvidia money for a fucking 4060 that's a piece of trash. Any thoughts on the second monster on the upcoming beta? No idea. I'm hoping it's not Arkveld. That's like my biggest desire. It's like, please no Arkveld. Please no Arkveld. Please no Arkveld. I'm hoping it's something else. Like maybe Kongalala, which has been revealed. Although Kongalala, I think, we've only seen him in the Scarlet Forest. So one that we've also seen in the Windward Plains would be Chemetris. So Chemetris would be good. It's going to be Arkveld. No, Ratatosker! It can't be Arkveld. It can't be. Ratatosker, you know it can't be Arkveld. Please don't do this. Don't do this, Rattosker. You're in full doomer mode right now. It can't be Arkveld. We cannot accept this. Rathalos? No. I don't think it would be Rathalos. They specifically mentioned something about where they are bringing Rathalos in. That makes me believe Rathalos is going to be a later monster. So we'll see. I can smell the oil. It's Ogog Mazios. I vote they troll Ed Logi just for the beta and then not add him to the main game. Oh yeah, let's just put in God knows how many months coding Logi and then not bring him in the final game. I'm not watching his playthrough. Does he have the power charm? Holy shit! Does Preach have armor charm and power charm? I haven't even seen if he has that. He has both? What about Armor Talon and Power Talon? It's just stuff that we take for granted that I don't even remember anymore. He does know you can have 4 of them. Does he have the talents? Okay, he has them all. Okay, I'll just keep this in here just in case. But yeah. There's no fucking way in you to combine charms with Talon. Some of his team might have told him. He's using Talons but not stacking them with charms. Okay. We'll bring that up. So what's the going odds on Logi being in Wilds? I don't know. I think it'll be rough. I think maybe in the expansion, but I don't know. There's something that actually, now that you mention it, there is something that is causing me some pause about potentially Logi being there. Let me see here. Where was that clip that I saw a while ago? But anyway, the point is, this bad boy exists, who is also very much a water-focused monster, and he does like belly flops and shit. So if they can get this dude to work, like look at him, he's like belly flopping all the way up in the distance. So you could integrate water mechanics without necessarily having to go underwater. Is it truly an aquatic monster if it doesn't hip check? Do we know that he doesn't hip checks? They got a fucking octopus to work. Logi is nothing. Yeah, true. Can Logi work with no underwater? I mean, we've had every Lagiacrus before. I mean, Generations Ultimate had both Lagiacrus. Did it even have Abyssal? I don't think it had Abyssal, though. But yeah, you have Lagiacrus in Generations Ultimate. It's not the best iteration on it, but I could see them do something with what they're doing with Uthduna and kind of make that work for Lagiacrus as a water-focused monster. new Udra exist. I feel like sky is the limit with monster skeletons now. Yeah. But anyway, these are plenty. I'll have some more notes that I come up with on Monday as well for the Preach podcast stuff. So that'll be interesting. You guys can tune on to that live while it's happening, or you can do the Giga Chat thing and wait for me to do the premiere on the channel. Or you can do the even more Giga Chat thing of watching both. But yeah, so tomorrow, if everything goes according to plan, I'll be on Preach's channel. I always have to say if everything goes according to plan, because when you have kids, there's just so much that can go wrong that it's very hard to actually do any plans for anything. Why not both? Exactly. There you go. Did Preach figure out the minimap thing with level 3 research? I don't know. I'll talk to him about the research levels as well. But yeah, so we talked about the whole difficulty thing. Again, I apologize if some people see it as a bit of a downer. I'll try to be more mindful of it. But yeah, at the end of the day, I want you to understand, I'm not walking back the things that I did say, because I do feel that way. I would actually like to get carded in low rank. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. You know? Now, I'm not talking about getting carded every 5 minutes, but I'm talking about the risk of carding being there. You know? Train your son to edit videos. Bro, my son has way too many things on his plate already. Like, let me tell you something. School life for your average child nowadays is insane. The amount of stuff that they have to learn is absolutely crazy. Now, next week is going to be very special, not just because on Monday we have the podcast with Mike. Then on Tuesday we have the showcase, which probably what I'm going to do is to give you guys something to do while we're waiting for the showcase. We will do the podcast premiere on Tuesday, and that will lead into our live stream. Although I will do it much earlier, so that people have time to get out of work, whatever, watch the podcast, and then be ready to jump into the thing. But I'm going to do an event for this, for the showcase. This showcase is not just Monster Hunter Wilds. So this is a Capcom Spotlight. It's going to feature Onimusha and a couple of more games. I forget what it is. Let me see. They probably have it in here. It'll feature Onimusha, Capcom Fighting Collection 1 and 2, and then at the end of it, there'll be a 15-minute Monster Hunter Wilds Direct. So, we get to watch Onimusha, which I'm super interested in anyways. We get the Capcom fight and stuff, which is not really something that I care that much about, even though Fighting Collection is pretty friggin' legit, because I used to play like these Marvel vs. Capcom games back in the day at the arcade. They were a ton of fun. But I'm not I'm not going to be doing covering on fighting games. That's a whole... We leave that stuff to Globku, okay? If you guys want fighting games, go to Globku. Globku does all that. Onimusha and Monster Hunter Wilds, these are the two main things. And that is happening Tuesday at around 10 p.m. our time, British Standard. Yeah. Ark, thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat, appreciate support. Thank you. Just tested it. Carving is faster while crouching in world. That hidden tech that we simply were not aware of. We kind of spoke about this when PoE 2 dropped. Did you follow any of the discourse around PoE 1 league delay? Ben and Palstron have some interesting takes. So, Usil, I've seen what is happening around the Path of Exile 1 thing. Apparently, Path of Exile 2 is affecting Path of Exile 1. I think that kind of sucks. I think that the community response over it, though, has been maybe a bit strong. Like, I've seen people, making videos about Path of Exile 1 is dead. It's over. And I'm just like, let them cook. Give them some time. This is the first time that this team is running 2 games simultaneously, So it's like, I get that people are concerned. They're used to having their stuff scheduled and good to go. But obviously, GGG is struggling a little bit. So yeah, we'll see. Did you mention you're going to stream the showcase? Yep. I am going to stream the showcase. absolutely. I'm streaming it. We're watching it. I'm probably going to start the stream like 45 minutes before this goes live, so I'll start at like 9:15, something like that. I wanted to actually do the event before I started this stream, but that would have made me late, so I chose not to do it, and therefore I was able to get here early. See? See how that works? But yeah, so next week we have Preach Podcast, Monster Hunter Wilds Showcase, and Monster Hunter Wilds Beta Part 2. Now, you guys are going to have to forgive me, but like I've said, I don't think I'm going to be doing the beta part 2 at 3 in the morning. Can you guys forgive me for that, please? Like, that really fucked me up for several days after I did that last time. So I'm going to have to apologize to you. I did it twice in a row, by the way. I did it when they released the PlayStation version. Then I did it again for PC. That's like a 4-day recovery period until I can get back to like normal Rurikon after doing like an all-nighter. So, yeah. It's like, it's rough, okay? So you guys are going to have to forgive me with that. You guys are going to have to let me do the thing where I'll stream it the next day, okay? We good? I'll stream it the next day. Rui, did you get a Night Rain code? Not yet, but Bandai Namco might still send one over, so we'll see. Monster Hunter gave you a pounding. Oh yeah, like it now takes me several days to recover from pulling an all-nighter like that. Have you seen Jacob's latest video? It's in the docket. It's this one. I'm probably gonna react to it on this stream. So yeah, I will see it. I hear your brother Gen X is getting too old for the all-nighters. Yeah, dude, I miss it. I used to be able to just like go to bed at 7, wake up at 9, be good to go. No problems, no issues. Nowadays, I'm yawning at like 9 p.m., bro. Nowadays, I'm yawning at 9 p.m. I'm getting way too old for this. Hopefully not out of touch, though. Getting old, but hopefully not out of touch. I hope I'm not out of touch. At least there's still a lot of you guys that show up for the streams. Mwah! I appreciate you all, okay? I want you to know. But again, Showcase on Tuesday. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, make sure that you are so that you get the notification for this, because we're going to stream the whole thing, talk about it, do the whole shebang, usual stuff. I'm also, interestingly enough, Gaijin was the one who came into my mentions saying that we should do the podcast. Gaijin said we should do the podcast after the thing. I don't know if I have it in here. But yeah, Gaijin showed up in my mention saying, oh, this is a beautiful picture, by the way. Look at this. Jokes aside, if you need help or got questions on what to get or where to get stuff here in Portugal, hit me up. Oh, what's this? Oh, he's talking about Kill Team. Yeah, because I know Tresh in real life. He's a super cool guy. Love him. But yeah, there's like a thing where Gaijin replied, holy shit, people are sharing like their stuff. You don't get to do much with 2 kids. But anyways, the point is, Gaijin did say that he would like to record a podcast after this, so I'm also like poking Gaijin, hey, we gotta record Third Fleet podcast. So likely at some point next week or the week after that, there will also be a Third Fleet podcast with me and Gaijin talking about whatever is revealed here. So hopefully you guys will look forward to that. With the actual fuck, that's beautiful. It is! It is a gorgeous picture. Rio, what time starts the Preach podcast? Tomorrow, 45 minutes from now, on Preach's stream. And then, on Tuesday, I'll have like the version of the podcast that will hopefully feature better audio and stuff like that go live on the channel. So you can watch it live on Preach's stream, and then you can watch the real deal. I say the real deal, the more edited version with our talking heads, the thing that I usually do with the premiere on Tuesday here. I don't know if I shouted it out or not, but SP Scarecrow, thank you very much for being with us guys for 25 months. Tip of the hat. Appreciate support. Thank you. Marie, have you ever seen the cursed fish monster from that one event in Monster Hunter Frontier? I don't think I have. Let's see. Is it this thing? Oh, God. What the fuck is that? Bro, what is this? Who does this? I did not need to know that this thing exists. Why would you do this to me? I didn't do anything to deserve that. I feel like I didn't actually do anything to deserve that. G1 Sunstreaker, thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat, appreciate support. Thank you. It's been a while since I made a stream live. Life's really rough right now, but hanging in there. Hope the Rurik kids and Mrs. Khan are well. Beta time. They're doing fine. My son is struggling with the social pressures and, you know, dealing with stuff because COVID really has hampered his social development. So he's struggling there, but other than that, everything is fine. And I'm sorry to hear that things are going rough for you, G1. I hope things get better. I really hope so. Hang in there, brother. No disparaging. This can't be real, you're trolling. No, it's apparently real for Frontier, yeah. Collab with Junji Ito? Yeah, I wouldn't know. Live Kezu reaction. Kezu is fine. You're unemployed since December, and I'll be honest, I kind of want to not work until after Months on the Wilds comes out. I mean, listen, if you can afford to do that and not put yourself in financial hardship, you know, might be a good, like, reset. You'll go back to work, like, feeling more invigorated. They also put a developer on the face of a Congalala. It was not a Congalala. I've seen that one. Yeah, I know, Sunstreaker. But yeah, guys, so, event, Tuesday. Make sure to tune in, subscribe to the channel. And by the way, while you're down there subscribing, do remember you can hit the like button. Really helps us out, so thank you for doing that. In the meantime, we've got some more good news. We've got some really good news. I don't know if I've talked about this all that much yet or not. But just in case, I mean, I know that I posted about it on social media. But in case I haven't, no more bits on sticks. Every weapon gets their unique design. Who's excited for that? You guys excited for that? The Hope series looks really good. Absolutely. So we have here some more coverage from Casey the Freitas and Shuki Yamada. If you ask players what gets them excited about Monster Hunter series, some will surely bring up making new equipment, utilizing materials gathered on their hunts. Just about every hunter has felt the joy of completing a head-to-toe armor set with a matching weapon after hunting the same monster again and again. Equipment in the Monster Hunter series has followed a certain concept ever since its earliest games. Beat the monsters and take out their power through equipment crafted from their remains. Excuse me. Players rely on their own strength to slay powerful monsters, and then make those monsters' abilities their own to grow even stronger. In an interview with IGN, Monster Hunter Wilds executive director and art director Kaname Fujioka explains the concept behind Monster Hunter's equipment. While the range of our designs has now grown broader, we used to be very conscious of the kind of idea, if you're wearing Rathalos equipment, you look like Rathalos. This new title sees new monsters as well, each bringing its own colorful equipment. For example, Rompopolo, a monster whose design is meant to evoke a mad scientist, has a unique piece of head armor that looks like a plague doctor's mask. You can see the armor set in the hunt video below. But among all the distinctive sets of monster equipments, the developers say they want players to pay special attention to the various pieces of starting equipment that your hunter begins the game wearing. I designed the starting weapons for all 14 weapon types from scratch, says Fujioka. That is the first time I've done this as far as I can remember. Until now, players would begin the game as a new hunter, and so they would tend to start with truly primitive and simple weapons. But as the protagonist is a chosen hunter in this game, it actually wouldn't feel right for them to be carrying a plain weapon. I wanted to make it feel like you're a bit of a star, even when you're only carrying starting equipment. And yeah, it definitely shows. I remember the moment that I saw that first gun lance, I was like, bro, this is one of the coolest looking gun lances I have seen. It looks amazing. It looks absolutely amazing. So yeah, I've been loving that. I love the design of the Hope armor. I think it also looks really good. Monster Hunter Wilds director Yuya Takuda adds, incidentally, weapon designs in Monster Hunter World generally retained a certain form, but they featured a customized appearance based on which monster materials were used. However, in Wilds, each weapon has their own unique design! Can I get an amen? Can I get a happy hunting? Can I get something? Let's friggin' go, baby. It is what it is. So sad I want my chicken drumsticks. Give me my KFC. You'll get those in an event gear or something. Praise the sun. Yeah, bro, let's go. It's very good. I appreciate that a lot. The starting weapons are designed in order to reflect the story that you are an experienced hunter selected to investigate the Forbidden Lands. Tokuda adds that the starting armor is also full of attention to detail on the part of the creators so that it matches the story. Starting armor for this game is called the Hope series, he says. The design looks incredibly cool to the point where I think you could even use it until the very end and wouldn't feel out of place. With its deep emerald green base color, the Hope set turns into an outfit with a hooded long coat once completed. Fujioka explains that constructing the set wasn't simple, with each part standing alone while also coming together to create a full ensemble. We've actually given more attention to the Hope series than any other equipment in this game, he says. Previous games in the series have had separate upper body, lower body armor, and we couldn't actually depict them coming together to create something like a coat. We just had to make each piece its own part due to gameplay design and how the game managed it. But I wanted to see if we could make a single flowing hooded coat. We made it happen in this game by investing a lot of in-game resources into it. Of course, players will find lots of different pieces of equipment as they proceed through the game, but we also want them to keep trying out one new weapon after the next. That's why we attempted to make the Hope Series one that doesn't stand out too much but still has a sense of elegant coolness. It's quite the luxury to be able to start a game with equipment that creators have put so much effort and thought into. These 14 starting weapons in the Hope series have been carefully made to look like the kind of equipment that an impressive Star Hunter would wear. We're excited to take a close look at all their detail in the finished game. So yeah, guys, we are going to be getting the Hope set. The Hope set. We're going to be getting unique weapon designs for all the weapons, basically. My chicken wings live Rurikon reaction. Wonder what the crossovers are we're going to be getting in Wilds. I mean, I think there's a high chance we're getting a Final Fantasy XIV crossover. They were talking about potentially Bahamut, but I think that was just very much bantering. But I think that definitely Yoshi P will want to get another crossover with Monster Hunter, and I hope that they do it. No more Corona? Corona was a unique design. What do you mean? And we're not talking about coronavirus. It's the sword and shield from Rathalos is called Corona. I'd love to see an Elden Ring crossover. That'd be badass, dude. An Elden Ring crossover would be badass. It was already like that in Rise, all unique weapons. Yeah, but because this one's kind of like, you know, the sequel to World. Kind of like the sequel to World. Assassin's Creed collab would be nice. Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, if I was Capcom, I would never collab with Ubisoft ever again. And by the way, I'm not just saying that because I absolutely hate Ubisoft. I'm saying that because Ubisoft are literally the only ones that went back and said, oh, because of our licensing agreement, the license expired. Go ahead and remove the thing from the game. Imagine your game has crossovers with Final Fantasy, Witcher, God knows how many other franchises out there in the world. And your lame-ass, watered-down, beat-down franchise is the one that goes and says, you need to take it out of the game now. You need to take it out of the game now. Not to mention that they gave so much importance to that goddamn collab, they made a mantle for it. And that mantle got removed from the game. I will never forgive Ubisoft for that. Ever. Among the many other things that Ubisoft just happens to be a fucking bag piece of garbage company. But what they did with Monster Hunter World is absolutely disgusting. Wait, if you had that mantle, can I use it anymore? You can, but if new player that comes in, they can't get it anymore. If you make a new character, you can't get that anymore. That was a mantle? Yeah. The Assassin's Creed, you guys didn't know? Let me show it to you. I have it on my PlayStation save. Assassin's Hood Mantle. Increases movement speed and allows you to hide quicker. Lasts until you deal damage to a monster caught unaware. You can see it here. This promotional image. It looked like this. Or this. So I have that mantle on my PS4 save. I don't have it on my PC save. It's absolutely disgusting that not only they did a collab, which was a cool collab, by the way, whatever, but that they forced, I don't know what the deal was, but I mean, obviously they also did collabs with Final Fantasy and all of that shit's still in the game. They did collabs with The Witcher and that shit is still in the game. It was only Ubisoft that was removed. Oh yeah, they removed the live-action Monster Hunter movie as well. Which, to be honest, about that one, good fucking riddance. Good lord. By the way, I've actually watched the movie recently. I had never watched it. I watched the NCH Productions version of it. And recently I decided, you know what? I should do it. I should put myself through it. And after watching it, I was like, I wish I hadn't fucking watched it. People were right. People that told me that you shouldn't have watched it, I shouldn't have fucking watched it. That was a bad idea, bro. That, like, y'all were right. You guys kept telling me, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay? Michael Monroe. Thank you very much for the soul tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. Thank you. All right, here's $20. You can buy the rights to Ubisoft and use the other 10 for lunch. Bro, the roast. Thank you, Michael Monroe. Yeah, but like, yeah, that movie is so bad. Is it worse than DBZ Evolution? I don't think I watched DBZ Evolution. I know that one's really bad. But this one is really bad. It's very bad. It's terrible. Yep. I think one of the worst parts is every time Ron Perlman shows up on screen, he's got his one move with his switch axe, okay? Ron Perlman shows up, his one move with his switch axe is Big Bonk makes AoE fire. I'm like, what the fuck? The switch axe doesn't even do that. What do you mean? Shows up with the switch like, he plays the switch axe like a great sword, and somehow it's a great sword that has super amped elemental discharge. By the way, the switch axe, it's not actually a switch axe. It's just an axe. It's a big axe. Oh god. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was nice seeing Aiden's origins. Oh, the guild one is cool. The Legends of the Guild is actually cool. Aiden just gets the shit beat out of him. That's it. There's nothing else to that. Like Great Switchblade. Yeah. You watched the Monster Hunter movie. Isn't your life hard enough right now? That was the point. I was like, listen, I'm really struggling in life really bad. So let's go ahead and see the Monster Hunter movie. Let's go see something that's worse than the state that my life is in right now. And it didn't disappoint. It was really bad. It was really fucking bad. Don't forget the insect glaive with no bug. Oh yeah, and the flaming dual blades. I mean, flaming dual blades I can kind of see. It's just funny that you'd be using flaming dual blades to fight Rathalos. What movie? The Monster Hunter movie. The actual Monster Hunter movie with Mila Jovovich. I watched 20 minutes. It was epileptic. It was so bad. It was so incredibly bad. And the way that the movie ends is also so bad. It's like, the monsters are coming from the tower. For some reason, first we said that Rathaloses were guarding the tower, but now here's a Gore Magala for no reason. And also, you don't actually get to see them fight it. That's for the sequel. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, it was so bad. The Gore Magala tease was so bad. Oh, man. Yeah, the NCH version is the best way of experiencing that movie. If you want to watch that movie, just watch the NCH video. We watched it on stream. Let me see if I can find it. Like, listen. This is by far the best way to watch the Monster Hunter movie is this. Okay? So if you haven't watched the Monster Hunter movie and you want to watch it, just watch this video instead. And you will have a million times a better experience than you did with the actual movie. Easily. Okay? I'm not even exaggerated. Paul Anderson's movies might as well just all be named Check Out My Hot Wife. By the way, here's this Capcom game. Jeff Bezos without the pesos. Thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Monster Hunter movie is the prequel to Monster Hunter now. That explains why I haven't been playing that. I never got to watch the Monster Hunter animated series. I never watched that either. But anyway. That's that. Some of you guys were wanting me to talk about this, but Tummy Giggles is saying that this is just AI slop. Is it just AI slop, Tummy Giggles? Because I did see an article from these guys, and dude was talking about how he was fighting Raging Rajang, and I was like, I don't know if I want to be reading any more of this. I don't know if it's elitist of me that, you know, Raging Rajang, but yeah. I don't know about that. Screen Rant is 90% AI. Don't know about this particular one. Screen Rant is mostly AI trash. Should I waste the time to read this? How about we use AI to summarize it? Actually, I should just be able to paste a link. Oh, this is nice. This is very succinct. So here's what... Wait, let me just... Here's what ChatGPT had to say. The article discusses a recurring issue in Monster Hunter series concerning the release structure of major expansions. Traditionally, these expansions are launched 1 to 2 years after the game, often as standalone products with titles like Ultimate. These versions include all prior content, introduce a master rank, offering more challenging endgame content. This approach can lead to player fatigue, as they need to replay existing content to access new features. The article suggests that Monster Hunter Wilds might be repeating this pattern, potentially causing similar concerns among players. Thank God I didn't read that. Did you really need all this to say that? Holy shit. It is AI slop. You guys are absolutely correct. That's fucking crazy. It's absolutely insane. That is crazy. I've read the article. It's not about that. I mean, that was ChatGPT's summary. Monster Hunter is expansions instant garbage. Describes consoles timed exclusivity, not expansions. I don't feel like it's... Why didn't you ask DeepSeek? Ask DeepSeek if you prefer that. I've never used DeepSeek yet. You need to register for DeepSeek? One more step before you proceed. I've never used DeepSeek. Okay. Oh god. Looks like it might be struggling a little bit. Oh, due to large-scale malicious attacks on DeepSeek servers, this might be busy. Yeah, I'm not like making an account on this right now. Do not use DeepSeek, all kinds of data leaks. I mean, ChatGPT is also free. There was a cringe trailer from PlayStation for Monster Hunter Wilds. I can't play that on stream. I've watched that trailer. I think that trailer, I think it has copyrighted music. Wait, let me see something. Let me see something real quick. I have it here. Yeah, it is this. So... I'm not going to give you audio. So I did record a reaction to it. I didn't upload it because here's my reaction. Like, look at my face. This man over here going crazy right now. Like, look at me just losing my shit. Like, what? What? I'm just like so confused. Yeah, the thing is, that's why I didn't upload this, right? Because I was planning on doing a reaction to this, and I was going to put that together with the other video that I did, of the IGN final preview and all that stuff. But then I was like, there's nothing to say about this trailer other than, you know, if there are normies out there that try out Monster Hunter because they saw that trailer, cool beans. But ultimately, I just don't care. I am watching this now with the same expression. Yeah, it's like Balcott is saying, it's for normal people. It's a very like commercially focused thing. So I was like, okay, I get it. It's not for us. It's not for most of us that are already like enjoyers of Monster Hunter, because what would we want to see in a trailer like that? We want to hear like friggin' proof of a hero, right? Or the main theme of Wilds. That's what we want to hear. And they got like that commercial music blasting, and I'm just like, what's this? Again, if people enjoy it, that's fine. I think it's not for a majority of us, though. It's like random people playing Switch games on a rooftop for some reason. We did get to see that we are getting Prance back. So getting Prance back is cool. It's more like a PlayStation trailer. Yeah, it's more like that. You should do reactions of new players trying out the Monster Hunter beta. The thing is, like, I'd have to be looking for 1,000 different videos because there's probably going to be tons and tons of people doing it. Like, I'd be down to react like if Preach was doing it, or, you know, other people that are kind of like new to the franchise were doing it. But like trying to find specific people to react to that would be kind of rough. But I lose my shit if I would lose my shit if they announced the Soul Sacrifice remaster, brother. Preaching to the choir. Guys, let me go get an espresso, and then we are going to watch the Monster Hunter video from Pikmin Jacob. Now, before we do that, though, let me go ahead and give these shout-outs for the Longbeards. So, we have Saphirian, Rob D, Star Kitsune, Chris Marks, Mr. Wipeout, Eugenie, Inquisitor Reed, Jojo Mojo 1512, Sierra 51, The Bug Shaker, Golf Eddie Arrow, D. Luffy, Stiv Virek, C. Manta, Chief Hellhunter, Hidden Aussie, Draxus K, Drakmoth, El Renatos, Slam Iron, Twercules, J. Walco 4, Inazuma, Senior Bacon, Sam Castellan, Devin Widener, Astron R.H., Sherlock Para, Philip Figgy Grubham, Cold Brick, Red Pigbank, Rambo the Nerd, John Coombs, Pegay83, Mizzen Jamal, Angry Scottsdat 23, LXSSS, Robert 396, and Shelby Necco. Thank you very much for being grossly incandescent as Longbeards, you Giga Chads. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you to all the Longbeards and all the Ironbreakers and everybody who just watches the stream. Thank you. Raffini, thank you very much for being grossly incandescent for 16 months. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Jesus. Chief Hellhunter, once again, thank you very much. Being grossly incandescent as a Longbeard, you Giga Chad. Tip of the hat for 18 months. Eddie Arrow. Thank you very much for being grossly incandescent as a Longbeard, you Giga Chad, for 18 months. Tip of the hat. Appreciate support. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. You guys always try to make me blush with this stuff. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let me get my coffee, and then we're going to check out the video from Pikmin. So, if you guys want... I said Pikmin because it used to be Pikmin Jake. It was just known as Jacob. You guys know what I'm talking about. If you guys could go ahead and... go to the video now. Put it like playing on the background. You can like mute the tab or whatever to give it some watch time as well. And hit the like button because, you know, we're going to be reacting to it. Going to be checking out the Jacob video. And I'll give you guys my opinions on it because I've received a couple of requests to watch this video. So yeah, let me just very quickly get my espresso and then we'll be good to go. Appreciate you too, Michael Monroe.
If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
What's the video name? Monster Hunter Needs to Change. Victor Andre Angel, thank you very much for becoming grossly incandescent as a long beard. You giga Chad. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just got Reggie Gigas in Pokemon TCPG. Congratulations, Antonio. I have no idea what that means. I don't do Pokemon. Yes, I got my espresso. Look at it. Delicious. Love it. I love coffee. Oh, and like, you guys know that for a while now, I don't actually put sugar in coffee. I use this. I put honey in coffee. Just a little bit, not too much. I actually really like honey in coffee because it gives it a thicker texture, and I really appreciate that. I like the more thickness of the coffee. Was the panel today or another time? What panel? The Monster Hunter thing? That's going to be on Tuesday. The one that they're doing, the showcase from Capcom, that's Tuesday. I'll have an event up for that soon. Soon in the channel. I knew Uricon was an espresso chat. Love to see it. I mean, it's Portugal, bro. That's all we drink. We drink espressos. We don't drink the big mugs of coffee that you guys drink over there in the US or I don't even know, in the UK they're more of like tea drinkers, but like usually I tend to prefer espresso. It's just like a nice little shot of coffee. Boom, good to go. Tastes good. You drink espresso in a big mug. Listen, Kegrin, you want to fucking burn out like a psychopath and die? You can go ahead and drink your espresso in a big cup, okay? I don't think it's particularly healthy for you to be drinking this coffee out of a mug that's this big, okay? I'm just going to go ahead and say, if you're drinking the coffee that I just drank out of this mug, you're going to die soon. But, you know, I'd rather not. That mug is too small. Okay, you want like one of those big German beer mugs? Go ahead. Espresso in a big mug. What a Chad. That's what they'll write on your fucking funeral plaque. This man drank espresso in a mug. Like a Chad. And then he fucking died. Died like, it's like the Russian meme of like, we don't wear seat belts. Or we don't have airbags in car. We die like real men. Okay. All right, then. You'd reel just like you did in 8-Ball. The thing is, you don't understand. Like, Kegrin drinks like a liter of that shit. He drinks like 1.5 liters a day or something, right? You told me once that you drink 3 of those a day or something. I remember you telling me that. That's what Kegrin is talking about. He's talking about drinking espressos from a tankard. That's exactly what he's saying. Yeah, see, 1 to 3 of them. 1 to 3 tankards of espressos. You're going to tell me that shit's healthy? You're crazy. That is very unhealthy. Hell, even me, I drink like 2 of these a day. It's not good for me. But then again, I also live a very stressful life, so I shouldn't consume too much coffee to begin with. So, yeah. Kegrin, I'm just letting you know, brother. I want you to live long and be prosper. And that particular side of you is not a good thing. I still have normal blood pressure. That'll change. The thing is, it's not going to change subtly. it's going to be a very sudden change, because that's the thing that a lot of times we don't expect in our life as we're aging. It's like, oh man, I was fine yesterday. And then the next day it's like, I feel like I'm dying. And it's like, yeah, that was kind of sudden, wasn't it? Yeah. Which is why, like, when I was watching Preach's stream the other day, I was like, man, how many Red Bulls is this man drinking? This is not good. But then again, I don't want to, like, I used to be more about getting into people's face about, oh, you shouldn't drink so many energy drinks. At the end of the day, I started taking more of a step back. It's like, look, you guys want to drink energy drinks, do whatever. I don't think it's healthy, but you do whatever, man. It is what it is. It's your life. I ain't gonna live it for you. I've been noticing small things as I got older with my body. Listen, just recently, my right knee has been murdering me, okay? I don't know why. It's been for like the past 3 days. I can barely move my right leg. I don't know why. That's the beauty of aging. I think it's healing, though, so I just need to tough it out for a couple more days. But yeah, my right knee's been killing me. Anyway, enough of this old man bullshit, okay? Enough of this old man bullshit. Where do you work out? Yes, I do. 4 times a week. I think I'll be skipping leg day this week, though. Because, yeah, doing leg work with what I have right now is going to be rough. Lucifer, I used to drink 6 to 7 Red Bulls a day, and now I have to take blood pressure meds. Only 28 years old. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. It's like that is one of the problems. But like I said, you can't change people's minds by just telling them, oh, that shit's not healthy, man. You got to stop that. Doesn't matter. If people were able to change their minds because of that, nobody would smoke. But yeah, I'm not surprised, and I'm sorry for that. I think that with some lifestyle changes, considering how young you are, with some lifestyle changes, you can eventually get off the meds. But you do need to make lifestyle changes. But like, look, I'm not a doctor. I'm not. I need to like step off because like I don't want to sound preachy. Is like that's not what I'm trying to do here. Okay, it's like it's just one of those things. I made a lot of mistakes when I was younger, and I guess it is just one of those situations. Like I made those mistakes even though my parents told me not to do it. So it's like, it doesn't matter who tells you not to do things. It has to come from inside. That's the only way to actually change. Now, let's get in here. Let's do the thing. Monster Hunter Needs to Change by Jacob. I want to watch this. A lot of people have asked me to watch this. And let's see what is up.
Last year in August, when Monster Hunter Wilds was playable at Gamescom, Rurikon, who I think is a great member of...
Mentioned in the first 8 seconds? Oh, hells yeah. I'm sorry. Continue.
...was playable at Gamescom. Rurikon, who I think is a great member of our Monster Hunter community, was able to interview...
Hey! That's me!
dev team. There's a particular section I want to highlight from the interview where Rurikon asks about hunting simulation.
Dude, you guys need to understand, okay? This bucket list item for me, this was like a really special moment in my life, all right? It is what it is. I'm not going to cap. It is what it is. And I would just like to once again emphasize, these 3 dudes are super nice. All 3 of them, super nice, super accommodating, took the time to chat with me after the interview, like, amazing. Love them. And like I've always said, I always bring it up, how they would constantly leave the business area, because this where we're in right here, in this area, this is the Capcom business area where they conduct interviews and stuff like that. These guys would rarely be here. They would exit this comfortable location and go into the middle of the crowd to go hang out with the Monster Hunter fans and take pictures and stuff like that. You can find tons and tons of pictures online that people have got with the developers because they were so cool like that. Absolute legends.
And how it will be balanced going forward. I'll let this section play in full.
Monster Hunter traditionally strikes a balance. By the way, if the audio of this part of the interview sounds a little bit awkward, it's ADR. I never did ADR before. ADR is recording your voice after the fact because my audio was terrible. And Chris, who is actually the one who edited this interview and did a phenomenal job doing it, he was just like, no, you have to do ADR. I'm not working with your garbage audio that you gave me. You have to do ADR. And I sucked at doing ADR. Like, I sounded way more natural when I was asking the questions in person to the devs, okay? But all of that audio is ADR. It was recorded after the fact. But I repeated exactly what I said in the questions, but it sounds weird. Balance between action combat and hunting simulation. Things like eating food, sharpening your weapon, hot and cold drinks. How are you balancing these two aspects in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I
think it's important to have realistic and immersive hunter simulation aspects of the game, like the ones you mentioned, like eating food, sharpening your weapon, dealing with temperature changes in the environment. And these are all included in one way or another in Monster Hunter Wilds. But I think our approach since Monster Hunter World has been, don't let those kind of get in the way of the main hunting action by becoming too much of a kind of admin task you have to manage at all times, especially with things like reducing the amount of items you need to stock up on and have on you at all times. That are a sort of a finite resource you have to either be purchasing or crafting, because it just becomes inventory management at that point. So as with some aspects in Monster Hunter World, where we changed it from an item to another sort of mechanic that you would use to deal with things, aspects like temperature and hot and cold and that kind of thing, we've got maybe a different approach this time around that will hopefully reduce that overhead of admin and let you just focus on the hunting action itself a little bit more.
To many fans, the answer to that question was a red flag to them in regards to the direction of the series, because it sounds like a philosophy.
I do think that before you get into that being a red flag, I was not the biggest fan of this particular answer, but I also if you notice in the answer, he also says that this is something that is important and that it is a core aspect of Monster Hunter. We do want it there, but we don't want it to be too overbearing. So I kind of understand where Tokuda-san is coming from. But I think that you can't just take one tiny thing from an interview and just grab that one thing and let that be a massive red flag. You have to take the interview as a whole. And I thought that as a whole, the interview was a pretty good message all around. At least that was my impression from it. But then again, it could just be me fanboying out. Like, listen, it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm a perfectly unbiased observer of my own interview. No, I thought the interview was amazing. What do you mean? I did fantastic. So yeah, I'm going to be biased. But I think that overall, the interview painted a pretty good gave me good hope for what the game is going to be. Even if there are some things in there that I was not super happy about, like the answer on the whole event quest thing. They kind of dodged that one a little bit. That was the one that I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more detail. But, it is what it is. You're not going to be able to get every single answer that you want out of an interview. Give me a second. My wife is calling me. Give me just a minute, guys. I got a situation here. I told you guys my life is a mess right now. Give me a minute. That was perfect. That was the perfect. You know, I already explained everything. Guys are good. Now, as I was saying, my kid fell and hurt his arm or something, and apparently he called my wife through his iPad or whatever, and he was crying, and you know, it was just a weird thing because like he's with my parents right now, but he's like throwing a tantrum, and then my wife was concerned, so I went to check in on him. No, he's fine. He just like he hurt his arm a little bit and he got scared and whatnot. Yeah, but what were we on about? Let me just hear this a little bit more.
Approach this time around that will hopefully reduce that.
Okay.
To many fans, the answer to that question was a red flag to them in regards to the direction of the series, because it sounds like a philosophy of simplification. It sounds like they want to streamline systems in Monster Hunter to make sure the player gets into combat faster. In my Monster Hunter 2 video, I discussed this topic in length, comparing many systems from the 2nd gen games like Monster Hunter 2 to the 5th gen games like Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise. Today, I consider that video very outdated, but at the time, this topic was still very fresh. There was, and there still is, concern in the community that Monster Hunter is shifting its core mechanics in a direction from hunting simulation into simple arena boss rush game. To a lot of people, the old systems in Monster Hunter were everything that made Monster Hunter.
I don't think that the old systems in Monster Hunter were everything that made Monster Hunter, but I would say that some of the preparation aspects I personally still consider to be very important. Is it going to be something that is going to keep me from playing Monster Hunter? No. As a matter of fact, I'm not one of the people that didn't like Rise and Sunbreak. I'm someone who has actually advocated for the contrast that we have between these types of titles, where we have 4 Ultimate, right, which is a more traditional Monster Hunter experience, which was it's one of my favorite Monster Hunters, even though I never even finished G rank or anything like that because I struggle playing 3DS for too long. But Monster Hunter Ultimate, I really enjoyed the story on that. I enjoyed the overall aspects of the game, the gameplay. I think I played a mix of Charge Blade and Insect Glaive because those were like the 2 new weapons, so I was mostly playing those 2. I think by the end I was mostly playing Insect Glaive, if I remember correctly, because I would be the guy who was getting the mounts, because I would play with a friend of mine and I would always be trying to get mounts. So you had 4U, which is a more traditional hunting experience, and you had Generations Ultimate, which is kind of like, let's dial things up to 11. You have hunter arts, you have hunter styles, you have all of these crazy experimental things that we're doing. And I think at the time I made a video where I was upset because I didn't like Generations as much as 4 Ultimate. But over the years, what I ended up getting to a point was I like the contrast, where you have the traditional, more mainline series where they do more grounded stuff, and then you have the one where they go balls to the walls, which kind of like Rise and Sunbreak is one of the balls to the walls things. And I love Rise and Sunbreak. I've said multiple times. I know that it's not going to be the same for everyone, but I love Rise and Sunbreak. I think it's a ton of fun. Switch skills, friggin' Silkbind moves, all of these crazy things that we got to do in there. Super awesome. But now we're coming back to Wilds, which is more in the speed of world. These are more grounded entries. But getting back to the whole thing about the preparation aspect, I would definitely argue that Rise and Sunbreak take a lot of the preparation aspects away, even though people have kind of convinced me that, Rise is... because this was something that was proposed by one of you guys in the streams when I was complaining about the lack of preparation. One of you guys actually said something like, well, the preparation in Rise and Sunbreak is the Spirit Birds. And I was like, you know what? That's an interesting take. Not everybody's going to like that, but at that point, the Spirit Birds suddenly were not as big of a deal for me anymore because I was like, well, it's my preparation. I'm doing the preparation before I do the hunt. I'm going around gathering Spirit Birds, doing the thing. I did the route videos, all of that stuff. So suffice it to say, I'm going to play it no matter what. But I do miss... One of the things that I miss is particularly... And I know that some people will say that this is rose-tinted glasses or whatever, but I do miss that experience that I always tell you guys about of when you run out of potions. Like, oh shit, there's no more potions. It's not like you can just go and get them. right? You can't just go to a camp and get them and keep hunting. It's like, no, there's no more potions. This is a serious problem. You got to solve it. Got to go get herbs. Got to go get honey. Got to go get mushrooms, because back in the day, you needed herbs and mushrooms, and then honey, because you needed herbs and mushrooms to make potions. Then you needed honey to make them into mega potions, all of that stuff. So you would actively stop hunting, go gather, get those things, and then resume hunting. I like that, but I can also recognize a majority of the player base, from my interpretation, no longer likes that. And it's like, okay, that's fine. It's like, look, it is what it is. But I hope that at a certain point, it's okay for me to say, hey, I still prefer that this way. But I can accept that it's no longer that, which I kind of feel like I've done over the years. But then whenever people ask me, if you could change one thing, what would you change? And I say, like, I'd get rid of restocking. People get upset. And it's like, you asked me, right? I'm not going to impose this on you. Give me a second. Yeah, my dad just sent me a video of my kid, because he was saying like, oh, my arm, it hurts so much. Now he's swinging on the swing like a maniac. But yeah, like, I kind of lost my train of thought because of that. I think I was basically just pointing out that, like, listen, I feel a certain way, and I think it's okay to tell you how I feel, but at the same time, I'm not trying to enforce that. Maybe I have tried in the past, though. Because, like, you know, friggin' the first time that I really started going ham on making content for Monster Hunter was during World, because I had played it before. You can check on my channel, like, how far back it comes, because I always shared with you guys the games that I've been playing. So whenever I started playing Freedom Unite, I think that's one of the first videos in the channel, is like a Freedom Unite video for my PlayStation Vita that I was filming with a camera. But, you know, I've always played the game, but real coverage only started with World because it was a worldwide release and it made sense to do it. But, you know, this was 8 years ago now, right? 8 years? Or is it 7 years? No, 7 years. This was 7 years ago now. So it was like, the way that I thought back then is not the same way that I think now, because people change. So it's like, I would like things to be the way that I like them, which is, oh, let's not have restocking, because that's the way that I like. But I'm not going to enforce that viewpoint. The game has restocking. It's fine. I'm going to play the game. I'm going to enjoy the game. It's whatever. It's not the end of the world. But yeah. Boy has guts ability. Yeah. I most hated gathering necessities because I ran out of Zenny. Rise map is so basic for my liking. On World and Iceborne, I never needed restocking, so as a veteran, it doesn't do anything to me, even though I agree with you. I've restocked often in World and Iceborne because the feature's there. It is what it is. It's a From Software fan transpiring into Monster Hunter. No, I don't think that's it, because it's not like you're going to run out of resources in Souls games. I mean, sure, you can run out, but you can just die and then you'll get the resources back, and there's like very little penalty besides potentially losing some of your souls or whatever, which after a while, that's not even that big of a deal. We haven't seen a farm mechanic in Wilds yet. Maybe we have to gather more. I'm pretty sure there will be a farm mechanic. That's in every Monster Hunter game since, what, Freedom Unite? Like, I don't even know. But that's been in Monster Hunter for so long. I'm pretty sure there will be some type of a farm mechanic. Getting ammo was a bit of a pain. It's like the ammunition thing is a big discussion, because obviously if you can't restock, gun users are going to have bigger problems than blade users, I guess. But now you guys also have infinite ammo, infinite certain types of ammo at least. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to be balancing all of that stuff around. And like I said, I don't even care that much how they balance all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, I do hope that people understand, if you ask me for something, I'm going to honestly tell you exactly how I feel about it. But that's not necessarily me imposing that viewpoint on you. And like I said, in the past, I may have done so in the past. It is possible. But I don't look at it the same way that I did 7 years ago. Because like I said, 7 years ago, I was also very much upset over the fact that weapons aren't perfectly balanced, right? I'm no longer like, I don't care. Okay, it's like, oh man, guess what? Gunland's not going to be on the top anymore. Oh no, I'm so not used to this. I don't care. I genuinely do not care. The way I just hope that if there's anything that there's like a bug and a weapon is one-shotting, that is a different thing. Like if a weapon is just like, let's say, okay, this is 80% more damage than the other weapons. At that point, I'm like, okay, there is a problem here. If it's like 10%, it's like, I don't care. It's whatever. But yeah, it's still an interesting discussion for me. But at the end of the day, I'm not looking to impose my will on newcomers, is what I'm saying.
These same people believe that the series is moving away from Monster Hunter and becoming Monster Fighter. This shift felt the strongest in the 5th generation. If you compare Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate into Monster Hunter World and then into Monster Hunter Rise, series veterans who've played them all are pretty quick to point at things like the new camp system and how the player hunter no longer needs to prepare before they embark on a quest. You can do all your preparation after you've embarked on the quest, and now the player has the opportunity to restock their entire loadout at any given time on the quest. This is a mechanic that is also going to return in Monster Hunter Wilds. Is this evidence that Monster Hunter is losing its DNA? Is this evidence that Monster Hunter is becoming...
See, that's the thing. I don't think that this is evidence that Monster Hunter is losing its DNA. I look at it more as if this is just a feature that I'm not a big fan of. That's it. You know, I'd rather it not be there. I'd rather we have a system like we had in GU where, not just GU, but other monsters where when you complete like a side objective, like you break Rathalos' wings or whatever, hey, more supplies have arrived, and you go and you get more supplies. Or even with GU, you had the system where you could set up stuff in advance. I forget exactly how it worked, but the whole rockets thing, that they would shoot rockets into the mission, and then you could go and collect those and get additional supplies. That was a way of doing it, and you'd have additional supplies that way. But again, it reinforced like the preparation aspects of things, rather than you having access to your entire inventory on the spot. I'm not a fan of it. Is it a big deal for me? No. Is it a deal breaker? No, of course not. I'm going to play it all the same. It doesn't change anything for me. Is Monster Hunter losing its DNA because of that? No, I don't think so.
Monster Fighter? Now, I'm not going to bother convincing you that this mechanic in particular is fine, or any contested mechanic for that matter. I think I've talked about it on length enough. The point of this video is to try and illustrate why I personally trust the developers and the changes that they're making to these games. Why I have faith in the team at Capcom. I do believe earnestly that they are striving to innovate the Monster Hunter experience, not to simplify it and not to make Monster Fighter. Furthermore, I believe that Monster Hunter actually is just too complicated. This game is too complex. It's plagued with constant, busy admin work.
I'm thinking, is it too complicated? For new players, yes, absolutely. And there's not even enough information in the game itself for you to properly learn how to play it. And I think if you want proof of that, you can just look at the recent journey that Preach Gaming has been doing. Because, you know, we as a community, usually we're doing live streams. You guys are checking out content creators, doing all of that thing. And so you're learning through osmosis, either by watching streamers. Me too, by the way. I'm not saying that I'm just teaching and not learning. I'm learning all the time. Just today, earlier in the stream, I learned about the crouch tech of Monster Hunter World. Also, I just noticed that you can see this character's feet, and I've never noticed that before, and I kind of wish I didn't. But getting back to it, we're always learning and we're always looking up stuff and figuring out new things and new mechanics and all of this. If a brand new player is coming into the franchise and they're playing it from an insulated perspective, like Mike has done, there are definitely a lot of things that are not obvious. They're not obvious. So is it too complicated for new players? Absolutely. Especially new players that have to learn all of the intricacies of Monster Hunter and all of that thing. Now, the thing is the fact that it is too complicated, is that a problem? That's what we need to figure out. Because we need to figure out a way to teach people how complicated the game is without necessarily reducing or streamlining the interesting aspects that give the game texture. You know? That's kind of like the balance that we need to strike. So things like, for instance, people using blast weapons in Alatreon because they read element blast. See, those are the types of things that we definitely need to pay a little bit more attention to. People understanding certain mechanics that are important, like how does food work? That needs to be more obvious, which I think that the new food system in Wilds is actually a little bit better, even though we haven't seen a canteen, if there even is one at this point, because I would have expected to see a canteen by now, considering how many times food has been featured. But you guys get the idea. Do I think it's too complicated for new players? Yes. For Monster Hunter veterans? No. But at the end of the day, we need to be striking a balance between those two. So I understand where he's coming from. But what he calls admin busy work, you know, there are things that are annoying. Like, I'll give you guys an example, right? If we go to Monster Hunter World, one of the things that I would definitely consider needless admin busy work is your farm. Having to constantly fertilize your farm is stupid. It is. Like, I don't think anybody can argue that. It is stupid. You should just have a toggle that's like automatically apply this every time until I run out of points. Like, that's it. Just have a toggle and automatically apply the fertilizer. I don't want to have to check in between every 5 quests to go tell the guy to go take a dump on my crops. Okay? So the farm stuff, absolutely. You should get rid of that. Could, for instance, Steamworks be handled better? Absolutely, because the way that Steamworks is right now, it while it is and it's in a vacuum, it kind of feels like a good thing because you skip a lot of parts of forced farming and stuff like that. At the same time, it is somewhat complex to figure out exactly what you need to do. You should be going to the guiding lands, you should be gathering the stuff there, then you bring it back, then you fuel it, then blah, blah, blah. And at the same time, it also gives out entirely too many consumables to the point where consumables lose all meaning because you also can infinitely restock them. So there's multiple problems with the way that Steamworks works, basically. A part of it is admin busy work. The other part is that it just gives you way too much stuff to where consumables kind of like lose all meaning, and it's just like these are just things that you just use forever and there's no stopping it, right? So there's a bunch of little things that you can kind of like nitpick and whatnot, but there's a lot of nuance to each of the things that we talk about when it comes to these things as well.
I believe Takuda and his Monster Hunter Wilds game that he's directing is striving to reinvent something that is, in fact, outdated. Monster Hunter is not flawless. Takuda is right. It needs tinkering. There's a portion...
He has a point there. Monster Hunter is not without its flaws. That I can agree with. But it is also important, I feel, to mention that I don't necessarily agree that you going into a hunt unprepared and losing is a flaw. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go into Raging Brachydios without blight resistance and then you lose and that's somehow the game's fault. It's like, no, at a certain point you need to look at the monster. What is this monster doing? What is actually killing me? Although maybe Raging Brachydios is not the best example. It's just what's fresh in my head because of the recent Preach gameplay. But you know what I mean? At a certain point, you do have to put some barriers. There needs to be some level of friction against the player. It can't just be, okay, it's smooth sailing all the way, right? We've ironed out everything. There's quality of life for everything, and it's smooth sailing. To the point where it's like, yeah, you can totally come into a fire monster with negative fire resistance and you still should be able to kill it because, hey, that's just your set, right? Your set has negative fire resistance. There's nothing you can do about it. So therefore, you have to be able to kill the big fire monster. I don't think that's what Jacob is saying, but that's just, what I'm presenting to you, right? There are certain aspects of the game where there needs to be friction, and I just consider that preparation is an aspect of that friction. Where that preparation is in the way of your gear set, or whether that preparation is in the form of consumables and other things that you need to bring onto your hunt, like hot drinks, cold drinks. And I, for one, am a firm believer that that friction should still be present in the game. But obviously, that's not the same thing that everybody else believes, and there's also a reason why I'm not the game director behind Monster Hunter Wilds. Tokuda is. He's clearly more, he's way better at me at doing those things, right? Now, I still disagree with a lot of things that Tokuda-san says. I deeply respect him. He's an amazing developer, did the interview with him, hung out with him at Gamescom, all of that stuff. But like, for instance, when he was talking about the insect glaive, and he said, we realize that these controls are kind of hard, but, it's very rewarding if you're able to overcome it. I completely disagree with what he's saying there. It's just that simple. And the reason I do is because I tested it with mouse and keyboard and with controller and with a controller with paddles. And it's just like, if you can completely negate if you overcome this, it's more rewarding by using a different piece of hardware, I no longer think that that's a valid form of feedback personally. But, so there are certain things that I'm going to disagree with, is what I'm getting at.
It needs tinkering. There's a portion of the player base that recognizes that Monster Hunter is changing. That portion is quite small. Even smaller is a tiny portion of people that are aggressively protesting these, as they call them, disgusting changes. Yes, a small minority of people festering and rotting in their own doom and gloom, holding on to any scrap of evidence that there is...
What the fuck? This seems very directed. Whoa, I hope... What? This seems like very, very specific.
As they call them, disgusting change.
At least I don't think he's talking about me, because I don't think I've ever said anything like this. So I highly doubt he's talking about me.
Yes, a small minority of people festering and rotting in their own doom and gloom, holding on to any scrap of evidence that there is in fact observable change to their precious Monster Hunter formula. These players see themselves as enlightened, for they know the truth. When they look at the other people that don't even realize these changes are happening, the enlightened call them frogs. They're frogs that were deceived by the people of Capcom into believing that they were bathing in the warmth of Monster Hunter, but actually, before long, without recognizing these changes, the frogs are now being boiled and will become cooked and served in this monster fighter game. Oh, how
what is going on? I feel like I'm not aware of what he's talking about. Like, I've seen criticism, right? And I talk to a lot of people, and, some people want to have it more streamlined. Some people want to have less streamlined. But I feel like I haven't experienced this personally.
foolish they must be. Poor frogs, unaware of change. I used to think that way too. I used to be annoying like this. But then I stopped being annoying and I changed my mind because I was wrong. The reality is, most of the player base going into Monster Hunter Wilds does not recognize the change. Yes, because most of them...
I don't know about that. Let's find out. Let's find out real quick. There's 1,000 of you guys here. Let's find out. Do you recognize changes from World to Wilds? Let's say, I think we should specifically qualify it as quality of life changes from World to Wilds. Yes or no answer. No nonsense. And bring that up into the screen. And I would argue that a lot of the people in my audience are not like just Monster Hunter veterans. I think that there's still quite a lot of newcomers. I hear from people all the time about how this is going to be their first Monster Hunter that they're going to be playing, or people who started with Monster Hunter Worlds. We are a very specific subset of Monster Hunter players, though. I don't know. I feel like we have a good breadth of people in our community. This poll is mute because we are not the majority. We're not the majority. That's not what I'm saying. And that's not what he's saying either. If you look at it, like, let's actually hear what he said again.
Starting to Monster, I was wrong. The reality is, most of the player base going into...
He says most of the player base. Doesn't say a majority, he says most. When you say most, the thing that comes into my mind is not 60%. It's 90%. Maybe that's something that's wrong with me, but usually that's the way that I look at it. I don't know. I would agree that a lot of people see the changes. They just aren't super bothered about it. Like, I'm not super bothered by some of these changes. It's just whenever people ask me about it, I express, I prefer it was the old way. But, you know, it's not like something that's going to be a deal breaker. Dude, we're 1K compared to 28 million who played World. Yes. This will be my first Monster Hunter I play from release till support eventually ends. I've played 4 World Rise, but all of them only after support had ended for them. Yeah. Like I said, I think we have a wide breadth of the community. It's not, again, I'm not claiming that we have the majority of the community here, because that would be brutally arrogant and also completely false, because I've already explained to you guys once about the content creation thing, which for those of you that don't know, so think of it like this, right? The amount of people, where are circles? Let's say if this is the amount of people that play Monster Hunter, right? That's the amount of people that play Monster Hunter. This would be the amount of people that play Monster Hunter and watch Monster Hunter videos. Probably even smaller than that. And then out of that circle, this is you, the people in this chat. Okay? Probably an infinitely even smaller circle than that. But this is just to give an idea, right? This is the amount of people that play Monster Hunter. This is the amount of people that play Monster Hunter and consume Monster Hunter content. And this is you. It's like, just to give you guys an idea. But that doesn't mean that this circle does not contain people from all walks of life, is what I'm saying. So in this circle, you can still have newcomers, you can still have, you know, people that maybe never even played Monster Hunter, as well as Monster Hunter veterans. You know? That's what I'm saying. So you can still have a decent, like, not a perfect, but a somewhat adequate representation of the community, I feel. And I do feel that a lot of people do notice the changes, which is what he says that they don't. But I also feel that a lot of the people either aren't bothered by them or actually embrace them, even. Both optimistic circles that they both be smaller. Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, at a certain point, it's like I can just put a dot in there, you know?
I was wrong. The reality is, most...
Scroll up my question. Jesus, how far along was this? Hola, is there 3-day early access for Deluxe pre-order? No, Capcom doesn't do that.
The player base going into Monster Hunter Wilds does not recognize the change. Yes, because most of them started in Monster Hunter World. That's where the bulk of the Monster Hunter player base is. They started in World. Is it so
Absolutely.
radical to say that perhaps if Monster Hunter World didn't make these changes in 5th gen, it would not have become the breakout hit that it has become? More recent.
Restocking specifically, I don't think is that big of a deal. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that a majority of the reasons why Monster Hunter World was a breakout hit is, I think, the most important one, worldwide release. Worldwide simultaneous release was literally the first Monster Hunter to do it. I've said it a million times that I personally strongly believe a lot of companies still underestimate the effect of a worldwide simultaneous release on platforms. Nobody, and I do mean nobody in the gaming community, likes to be a second-class citizen. Okay? Nobody. People want to play the new thing when it comes out. So that is one of the biggest things for Monster Hunter. Then we have the much more fluid combat. Combat is incredibly more fluid. Movement is more fluid. The seamless world. These are the big main reasons. I think that once you go down 20 or 30 features that were greatly improved with Monster Hunter World, that's when you eventually get to like, oh, we added restocking. And that is the level of importance that people give to it, which I kind of feel like is more what is being argued here, is like the quality of life of restocking and those systems, and the preparation aspects of it and all of that stuff. Because we have seen that if a game is good, players will learn how to play that game regardless of how complex it is. I mean, not completely regardless, within reason, but if the game is good, players will come. And the quality of life, depending on how it is implemented, is not always the most important thing. So, yes, you can say that if Monster Hunter hadn't made sweeping changes to things like their worldwide release, their combat systems, the fluidity, the animations, the ease of multiplayers, a little bit debatable there with World. But you guys get what I'm saying, right? And I think that there's a lot of things that you can point out to why the game was successful before you reach quality of life things like restocking and so on and so forth. Like, to give guys an even better example, right? Preach didn't even realize he could restock until like 40 hours in. He was an Iceborn, Barioth, by the time he figured that out. So like, Preach was loving the game, and he only realized that he could restock at Barioth. So yeah, I don't think that restock is that big of a deal. Yeah, I didn't even bring up the graphics because graphics is not as important to me. But yeah, the graphical evolution obviously is a big deal as well. Most noobs also don't know you can restock at all. So yeah. What's a restock? It's when you go into the stock exchange and you double down on whatever stock. No, you can go back to your tent and restock your consumable items.
Recently, IGN released an interview with the dev team. In it, they discussed the global response for Monster Hunter World's success and how they want to listen more to the overseas fans going forward and study what isn't working for audiences. This is all in relation to Monster Hunter Wilds.
逆に言うとワールドというかやっぱり海外のとのコミュニケーションがやっぱ取りやすくなってきたっていうのと、そこの意見を聞けるようになってきたる体制になってきたっていうのと、僕たち開発
Let me just say, Monster Hunter has one of the best community teams out there, and it's not even close. Absolutely. They have one of the best community teams out there. Make no mistake.
自体もそこに、すごくコミュニケーションを取ることの意識が高まってたっていうのもあって、やっぱりいろんな話意見を海外の意見ももらって、それが意見がどこに問題があるのかみたいなをやっぱり考えるっていうことの習慣っていうのはすごくワールドでついたなとも思いますし、それはでもそもそもで言うともう別に海外関係ない話で。
For those of you just listening on audio, what Ryozu-san is saying is how about they're set up to listen to all the overseas players, which is why I talked about the community team that has been doing a fantastic job. And Capcom's been like hiring a bunch of community people to come in so that they can listen to even more fans from more different countries and be able to relate that feedback back to the team in a usable way. So Capcom's been doing a lot of work. Listening to player feedback is what is being presented here by Ryozu, just for the people that aren't actively watching the subtitles.
ユーザーの方が言ってることを噛み砕いて やらないといけないことは何なのか、やらなくていいことじゃなくて伝わってないところは何なのかっていうのをしっかり考えていくっていうところがより身につきましたし、それがこのワイルズで生かされている部分も多々あります。徳田がよく言うモンスターハンターで当たり前だったことを見直した理由っていうのもそこにありますし、なのでそういう、環境がと意識、僕たちの意識っていうのもそうなってきたっていうところもすごく大きいと思います。
What's this about the Monster Hunter community being toxic? What message did I miss? Chat goes by so fast. Sometimes I miss messages. I'm getting too old. 20% are toxic? Yeah, I can't find the message about toxicity. I wanted to read the message specifically about toxicity, but I couldn't find it. It's just like I feel like I'm just getting one guide at this point. So yeah. But it's like if people think that the Monster Hunter community is toxic, here's the easiest way of disproving that, okay? There is this content creator called HeyJ who made a video after playing the Rise demo where he just basically squatted down, spread his cheeks, and took a major dump all over Monster Hunter. If the community was in fact as toxic as people are saying, the community would have gone over there and just berated him and be mean and do all of those things. But rather than doing that, what happened? The community said, "Hey, listen, HeyJ, we're going to hold your hand. We're going to help you understand what's going on here. We really want you to give this a fair shake, blah, 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 blah." And HeyJ is now a prominent member of this community. Okay? So whenever people come around and tell me about how toxic the Monster Hunter community is, I will just say, you have no idea what you're talking about whatsoever. Now, you can say that there are bad apples in the Monster Hunter community. Absolutely. Just like there's bad apples in literally every other community you can think of about literally anything. Okay? There's toxic members on your grandmother's crochet community. Okay, brother? Same thing about her bridge community as well. There's a bunch of toxic people there. I promise you. All right? It's that simple. Literally any community in the world will have bad apples. But if you're going to come in here and make the assessment like a majority of the Monster Hunter community is toxic, which is something that I've heard plenty of times, by the way, you are just blatantly misinformed or choosing to be misinformed. Take your pick. Because this is, quite frankly, an easily disprovable lie. So the guy not wrong. He said 20%. 20% is way too high. If it's more than 3%, I would be shocked. I would be shocked.
意識、僕たちの意識っていうのもそうなってきたっていうところもすごく大きいと思います。
Ryozo quotes Takuda and he says, "We have to reconsider what's taken as a given in Monster Hunter." I think just like the interview that Rurikon conducted, it's very easy to take this as a red flag. You can easily read this as, oh, we want to dumb the game down for the casual overseas audiences.
This is one of the problems of online interactions, is that it is very easy to assume the worst case scenario whenever somebody says something online. This is something that happens to me quite often. Like I'll say something and people will have the worst faith interpretation of whatever I said. And so this is why a lot of times I feel the need to come out and try to engage with people and try to correct them. But ultimately, it doesn't always work. The thing is, we have to get out of this mindset of always assuming that what somebody is saying online is the worst possible version of what they're saying. But I don't think that that is ever going to happen. And this is definitely what is happening to some of these interpretations, according to what Jacob is saying from his viewpoint of wherever he got all of these ideas that he's getting, which I don't know. But, you know, there's definitely a case of people taking the worst possible interpretation of something that Tokuda has said and running with it. Okay. And this, again, this is something that happens quite often in online interactions. And, you know, an example that I usually give, right, is when I'm on the road, driving my car, and, you know, I see that somebody does some bullshit and, you know, they break the code of the driver's code or whatever because they do some crazy thing and whatnot. And they could have caused an accident, but because I'm paying attention, the accident doesn't happen. It's like, I don't even honk at them unless we're about to hit each other, unless the action that they're taking is about to hit me, then I'll honk to go like, hey! But like, if they do something that represents like no danger to me, but is illegal or whatever, I'm just like, I don't care. Like, look, I'm sure this person's like in a rush to go somewhere. Maybe they have somebody sick in a car, or maybe they don't even have a reason. They're just like stressed the fuck out and they, you know, they had a bad day at work, whatever, right? It's like, do I really need to honk the horn to piss them off some more? It's like, no, I'm going to be like, hey, dude, whatever, you know, I get it. It happens. Don't care. Might happen to me tomorrow. You never know. You never fucking know. But what happens is, most of the time, when something like this happens, the other driver, that is the one that is somewhat affected, like maybe they have to do a sudden break or something like that, like, you fucking asshole! Where'd you learn how to drive? Fucking road rage out the ass. And it's like, bro, why? Why? You saw it happen. You could just hit the brakes, not stress out about it, and it's fine. And you can all just like hand wave each other, and it's, you know, that's the end of that interaction. But it feels like because of the pressures of everyday life, everybody's just super stressed all the fucking time. And so when something happens, somebody does something wrong, there's no forgiveness. It's just like, oh, I gotta fucking, I want to throttle this guy. You know? That's the thing. Driving community is hella toxic, though. You know, that I will agree with, bro. Dude, yeah, dude, drivers, fucking hell, bro. We're the worst. Absolutely. See, now the driver community, oh, man. Especially in Portugal, we are the worst, okay? You fucking do literally anything, the most benign thing that somebody doesn't like. Oh, man. Woo! That is crazy. Oh, man. Imagine not road raging. Exactly. A big reason behind this explosive reactive nature is because cancel culture is basically the most popular and corrosive trend today. Oh, yeah, dude. You guys see what's been happening to Pirate Software? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I watched what happened to him in WoW, and I was like, it's whatever, no big deal. People are literally digging up into this man's past, getting, like, you know, pictures where he's got, like, his prepubescent videos where he sounds like a prepubescent boy or whatever, and then telling him about how he's fucking adding bass boost to his microphone and all of these things. And I'm just like, damn. We really need to go there over 2 people dying in World of Warcraft? Holy shit. I mean, arguably, there's a lot of crazy stuff that's come out from that, but it's just like, you know, it just seems like there's that one moment where something triggers and everybody just like flips around. It's like, it's time to destroy this person. To be fair, Pirate deserves some shit from being so egocentric. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sure. He did deserve some shit, but I'm not sure that the scale of the response. But again, I haven't looked too deeply into it, so I don't know all of it, but it's like, is it really worth it going to all that trouble for content? I don't know. They updated WoW Wiki of Roach to be a picture of Pirate. Did they really? No shot, dude. No shot. No, it's still a roach. It's still a roach, bro. Maybe they've updated it back. Oh man.
Really read this as, oh, we want to dumb the game down for the casual overseas audiences. It's very easy to look past any of the clear artistic visions crafting this game and see it only as a corporate cash grab to make money. Frankly, I think there's an abundance of evidence as to what a strict...
Hey, Outlanders actually looks fun though. I'm not gonna lie, I do want to play Outlanders. I'm curious. I don't think it's gonna be my speed because I expect it to be pay to win as fuck. But I still want to check it out because it does look interesting. Personally, I don't know if I'll be able to make too much content on it because you guys really don't like it. But I don't know, man. I saw it and I was like, oh, I don't know. There might be something here.
Down cash grab version of Monster Hunter looks like, and it certainly isn't Monster Hunter Wilds. Tokuda's history of Monster Hunter is interesting because he did not help develop the original game like the other main leads in the development team. He discusses this in a lecture that I'll link below just to prove it. Rather, Tokuda first witnessed Monster Hunter when he saw the original beta trailer for Monster Hunter 1. From there, he had his own personal understanding of what Monster Hunter was, what it was going to be, what kind of game it was, and that was divorced from any actual gameplay loop or system that made Monster Hunter what it was because he hadn't played it yet. But he had created his own framework of what Monster Hunter was in his head, and I'm sure his interpretation of Monster Hunter based on that trailer looks quite different than what Monster Hunter 1 ultimately was. Truly, we don't know exactly what he envisioned in 2003 when he saw that trailer, but we can, however, look at the two Monster Hunter games that he's since directed, Monster Hunter World and now Monster Hunter Wilds. We can easily theorize that these games are probably naturally closer to that initial vision of what Monster Hunter was. Tokuda was not there when Monster Hunter was created, and I think that's the reason why he's done so much to twist it and change it. Tokuda's vision is not inherently the Monster Hunter we're familiar with, but I truly believe that we need to welcome these changes, and like he said, we should reconsider what's taken as a given in Monster Hunter.
I don't know if we should just welcome these changes. Like, I'm willing to keep an open mind, but whether or not I welcome the changes depends on after I played the game. So, like, for instance, I think that most of the changes that we received with World, if you were to give me, okay, would you rather have gotten this experience, or would you rather just have gotten, like, I don't know, something that looks like for Ultimate, you know, Monster Hunter 5, and it would be just like, kind of like Monster Hunter 4, I'd be like, well, no, I would rather have Monster Hunter World. Absolutely. Monster Hunter World was way more fun. I mean, there's a reason I have 2,600 hours on World plus Iceborne. I had 1,600 hours on base World alone. There's also a lot of content creation in there. Yes, true. Actually, I probably have way more than 3,000 hours because I've also played it on PC a couple of times. But yeah, no, I you know, if I had to choose between getting like the continuation of Monster Hunter 4 or getting Monster Hunter World, chances are I would choose Monster Hunter World. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to be able to just say that, oh, I welcome everything that's being changed without actually having played it. And this I say as someone who definitely based Monster Hunter World as my favorite game of all time, bar none.
I have a message for those who feel that the disgusting changes to the Precious Monster Hunter is such a bad thing, and this is coming from someone that once thought the same as you. I believe it is in fact you, the old school fan, that are the boiling frogs. I believe that you became too comfortable in the systematic mess that is Monster Hunter, and before long, Monster Hunter has become a mountain of systems and...
I feel like a lot of this part of the video is just none of my business. Because I definitely don't think that he's addressing my community, so, you know, I have some reservations about some of the things, and I've expressed myself in a lot of ways, but I don't think I've talked about this particular part of it.
And admin work that makes the game increasingly unapproachable. In other words, Monster Hunter is too complicated. I'm about to list a number of systems, and while I don't necessarily see any of these systems I'm about to list as being inherently terrible, and I also don't think all these systems should just be removed, rather I want to point out the accumulated mass of these systems has led Monster Hunter into being overly complicated. I believe this is the core of what Tokuda wants to reinvent. This is Monster Hunter's most immediate issue. It's that it's too much. I feel like he's talking about us as veterans. No, I don't agree.
I've spoken to a lot of Monster Hunter veterans, and even those who agree with me on the, on the restocking stuff. I don't think anyone's said disgusting changes. At least of the people that I'm aware of and that I've spoken to, and even people in my community that don't like the changes that we're getting in quality of life and all of that stuff. I don't think I've ever heard. I mean, I might have heard it on a random chat in some stream at some point, but I'm talking about in general. I don't think I've heard it that much about the disgusting changes.
Monster Hunters.
He's talking about Ratatoskr in his community. Really? Kind of don't feel like Ratatoskr has said that. At least, the vibe that I get. The vibe that I get from Ratatoskr is that he kind of agrees with me in terms of, restocking's not that great. Whatever, we would prefer to go back to the old ways. But I don't see him being disgusting changes, boiling frogs, that type of stuff. But then again, I don't know.
Most immediate issue, it's that it's too much. I first want to recommend players to try and boot up a new save file in Monster Hunter World or Monster Hunter Rise and witness the sheer number of pop-ups. Half of them are tutorials, the other ones are saying, hey, skip straight to the G rank. Monster Hunter Wilds is not going to be safe from this either. The game is screaming at you to understand it and its systems. It's a lot.
Yeah, this is definitely a problem, and this is definitely something that should be changed. Yes, tutorials should definitely be more intuitive, and I don't even know if the stuff that we got on the beta of Monster Hunter Wilds is that great either, because there are still a bunch of tutorials in Wilds, and I'm not sure that I would agree that those are also perfectly made either. For either veterans or newcomers, that's the thing. But it's also very hard to do that. Because, I'm saying I don't think that these are perfect, but at the same time, I don't know how I do it. That's the problem. Because the way that whenever I have to solve that problem for my community, what do? I make, listen, here's what I did. I'll actually show you. I'll just show you. This is what I do. I make a fucking 1 hour, 20-minute video talking about it. Is this the actual solution? No. Of course not. This isn't a solution. This is just me being unhinged. It's like, hey guys, I'll teach you. Come take a Monster Hunter course with me. I got you. 1 hour, 20-minute video. This is not the solution. This is just me doing my best. I mean, at the very least, I have this thing segmented where it's like, hey, here's tips on choosing your weapon. Hey, here's tips on how to post a quest. Hey, here's tips about canteen and food. Hey, here's how you depart on a quest and a hunt. Hey, here's radial menus. Hey, so it's like I split it up. But at the end of the day, it's still a fucking Monster Hunter course. It's no better than the fucking aggressive pop-ups. How much is this course? How much money will I make? I mean, you're not making any money. Let me see how much money I made. Tell you what, I'll tell you guys how much money that video made me. For those of you curious. Now I'm curious. Let me see if I can find out, because I suck at watching analytics on YouTube. Let's see. What's the name of it? Monster Hunter 2024. That should pop it up. Yeah, this one. Oh, wait, there's a thing that has the analytics on it right below it. That's fantastic. Monster Hunter 2024. Analytics. Oh, it's right there. So easy. Okay. Holy shit! Jesus Christ! I don't know if I'm going to show you guys. That's a lot of fucking money. That's crazy. This video made 1,000 euros. That's insane. It made 1,000 euros in how long? This was published in a year. It made 1,000 euros in a year. But it's a year, okay? This was over the course of a year. So I guess there's a lot of value in that video. Thank you, guys. With taxes, no. This then gets chopped up by taxes.
School players grieve that preparation before a hunt is dead in the newer titles because of the way school is screaming at you to understand it and its systems. It's a lot. Old school players grieve that preparation before a hunt is dead in the newer titles because of the way the camp...
I wouldn't say it's dead. I would say it's way less impactful. Preparation is not dead. It's just way less important.
Work now. And somehow they also forget that the immense number of menus that must be understood and managed before the quest back at base camp is still needed every single time. That's still preparation, and this is what Takuda is talking...
Counter argument. I don't know how many people here play Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous is an extremely hard game to get into because controlling your ship is very challenging, depending on your skill level when it comes to space sim games. Here's the thing. I land my ship manually every single time. You go in there, you ask for permission when you get to the space to the space station. You go in there, you ask for permission to dock, all of that stuff, and then I go in there manually controlling the thrusters, flying over to my little landing platform, turning the ship... No, wait, do you have to turn the ship around? I forget. But whatever, putting the ship in the proper position, angling it just right, lowering it, using the thrusters, doing the whole shebang manually every time. And I love it. Now, you could argue that landing a ship is a major problem for new players, because it is. The very first time you have to land the ship in Elite Dangerous, it is nerve-wracking. Second time as well, probably like your first 10 times. It's nerve-wracking landing your ship, because anything that you do wrong, you crash your ship inside the station, they fine you for money, and then you have to pay the insurance to get your ship back. So there's real consequences to doing it. Having said that, I have like, 400, probably close to 500 hours in that game. I've never gotten tired of landing my ship in a space station. I have never gotten tired of landing a ship in my space station. I love it. I love just like, boom. Now that I know how to do it, I'll like straight up boost into the space station, like friggin' skid when I get to the friggin' thing, full reverse thrusters. They're just like instantly going down while as a matter of fact, sometimes I'll use the landing gear as a brake, okay? Because your ship slows down when you deploy the landing gear. So it's like, you do the whole thing and then and there's a thing that has an auto dock thing where you can just like, which is what Knight Frodo is talking about. There's an auto dock thing that you can just put onto your ship and your ship will just do all of this automatically. You don't have to do any of it. You just approach the letterbox and the ship does everything else by itself. Takes you to the proper thing, blah, 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 drops it down. Does the whole thing on autopilot. Now, would you say that you having to land your ship is a negative? Because that's kind of like the argument that's being made here in terms of the complexity of menus and all of that stuff in terms of preparation and whatnot. It's like if you want to say that it's too complicated to do preparation. Okay, fine. It's too complicated to do preparation. But you should still need to do preparation, I feel like, because it's kind of like one of the core aspects of Monster Hunter. And again, I say this as this is my opinion, but I'm not going to force it on anybody. It's whatever. I'm going to accept whatever Takuda gives us, and then I'll judge it on its own merits whenever I get to play the game, right? But what I'm saying is complexity is not necessarily a bad thing. It's about how easy it is to learn. And once you've learned it and you've integrated it, you can kind of like navigate those menus super fast. It's just hard for a new player to understand in the beginning, but you can see players getting used to it very, very fast once they've learned how to do it. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. Because like, to me, I still find some of that friction to be positive. I still think that's a good thing.
It must be understood and managed before the quest back at base camp.
I think Porco Schmuck... It's an amazing name. I think Porco Schmuck has a good point. Improve the tutorials. You don't have to simplify it.
Is still needed every single time. That's still preparation. And this is what Takuda is talking about with busy work. This is what he's trying to cut down. The game throws pop-ups at you every time you return from a quest. Oh, your talismans have been melded. Oh, your daily bounties are completed. Oh, you can deliver items to fulfill a request. Oh, you can talk to this ecologist and he can update your hunting notes. Oh, the Argosy is here. You don't want to miss your chance to trade with the Argosy. Oh, and there's also a sale going on and you can purchase items while you can. Oh, your farm has items that are ready to be harvested. And oh, there's a person who wants to talk to you and they're going to yap on about something honestly irrelevant. And I want to believe that these are normal in an MMO game, but how many of them are necessary for Monster Hunter and for the gameplay loop of Monster Hunter? Upgrading armor requires you to dump dozens of armor spheres you gain after each quest, which...
See, this I agree. Managing the armor spheres that you need and all of that, that's annoying as fuck. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. If they simplify the armor sphere system, I got nothing against that. That I actually agree with. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck yeah. I don't want to be like, oh, true armor sphere plus plus, armor sphere plus, armor sphere minus is like... And the worst part is because the way that my brain works, I'm always like, ooh, see, I'm going to max it out using the highest one. Then I'm going to remove like 4 or 5. Then I'm going to go to the next one. Then I'm going to max it out again. Then I'm going to remove 4 or 5 again. Then I'm going to repeat this process until I get the tiniest amount of thing so that I've optimally used all of my resources. And it's just like, why am I doing this? Why am I such a goddamn freak? So it's like if they simplify that, yeah, dude, it's annoying. It's just annoying. That is just annoyance. So there are certain things that I do agree with him on. Yeah, absolutely.
Are in of itself just an
I do the exact same thing with my spheres. I know. I think a lot of us do. I just use autofill and that's it. That's for nerds, dog. I know. That's what I am. That's me. The nerd. I'm the nerd. You're talking about me. I know there's autofill. I don't like the way autofill does it, though. I don't like it. I don't like the way autofill does it. It's weird. I'm weird like that.
Of armor spheres you gain after each quest, which are in of itself just an arbitrary system that requires regular upkeep. Monster Hunter has 2 separate cooking systems. One to cook meat for...
What do you mean there's autofill? You guys don't know that there's an autofill? Yeah, there's an autofill. There's an autofill for it. I just don't use it, but it does exist. But I don't like Wanderbard is saying, I don't think autofill is optimal.
Upkeep. Monster Hunter has 2 separate cooking systems. One to cook meat for eating later, and one to cook a meal to eat immediately. The first of which is a minigame, and the other is a whole menu system in of itself. You have to know which ingredients will give you the best results. It's not surprising that some players will just go with the recommended meal option or just click whatever because they just don't want to bother with it. It's funny how it's taken until Monster Hunter Wilds to consolidate these cooking systems into one and finally allow the player to do both of these options anywhere. Even the systems to withdraw or deposit items to your item pouch keeps changing every title since Monster Hunter World, and I don't...
True! That's another thing. The way that your button inputs work for inventory management needs to be consistent. It's always fucking different. Like, the fact that it is different between World and Rise, I'm like, bro, what? No. Because, like, I always get the shit confused now. I never know which one's right. I never know if I'm managing inventory in Rise or in World and what is right trigger and left trigger going to do anymore. That is bad. I agree. See, there are certain things that I definitely agree with. Like inventory management, whatever they do from Wilds forward needs to be standard. No more fucking changing it, bro. You need to stop. You need to fucking stop, okay? I want the same inputs every time. I'm sorry, okay? That I do agree with.
Believe any of them have ever been as simple as the one from the first game that we had for the first 4 generations. Every consumable item is practically a system in of itself. There seems to be like 3 different items that perform the same function for each function. It's no surprise that...
No, they do it at different levels of efficacy. So like antidote and what's it called? Health, herbal medicine, right? Herbal medicine's more efficient. But I will say the attack buffs and defense buffs, which I don't use that often, those do confuse me. I never know. Okay, so I do Mega Demon Drug, and then I do the what's it called, the Demon Drug pill or whatever the fuck, and then I do the Demon Drug powder, and it's like okay, yeah, I don't know about that. So usually that's why whenever you see me do it, I just go like, yep, I drink my Mega Demon Drug like the doctor says, and that's about it. That's about, and yeah, the might seed, and it's like, no, I ain't stacking that shit. I ain't figuring out which ones stack, which ones don't. It's like, no, I do my Mega Demon Drug like the doctor ordered, and that's about as much as I'm willing to do.
That Monster Hunter World made whetstones another system in of itself, infinite use, as well as pickaxes and nets. They're also infinite use because that's yet another system. It's no surprise they took out the Book of Combo system because the combination.
I'll say about pickaxes and nets breaking, I'm not against them breaking, but if you put in a system like, for instance, you had in Generations Ultimate, where the pickaxes and net would break, but then you had the prowlers that had infinite, I will never, ever properly gather on my hunter, ever, because this shit can break and the palico can't. So I will always use the prowler to go pick up materials every single time. So it's like, if you're going to make it break, it needs to break everywhere or it needs to not break at all. And personally, I'm not even against it not breaking at all. I'm fine with that one. But I want to make it clear, I would also be fine with it coming back and breaking again. I don't really care too much either way because it's not like it's a super complex system anyway. I do hope that if they do that, there at least is some consistency with how long a pickaxe lasts. Because I feel like in the older games, you'd get your mega pickaxe, and sometimes you'd get like 50 gathers out of those bad boys, and sometimes you'd get 3. Okay? And I'm just like, I need you to like make that curve a little bit more consistent than between 3 and 50. Okay? Fuck that, I had 5 hits and 5 mega pickaxes broke. Enjoy that. 4 mega pickaxe. Everybody coming in with the nightmare stories. Everybody coming in with the nightmare stories right there. They just need to bring back the old paintballs and tracking is solved. Yeah, I want to see if he says anything about the tracking.
Yet another system. It's no surprise they took out the Book of Combo system, because the combination system was already.
I don't like Book of Combos. I know that some people like it. I'm not like super against it, but I don't like it. I'm not a big fan.
It's no surprise they took out the Book of Combo system, because the combination system was already very complicated. I'm not trying to say it's bad to have 3 different items that perform the same function. I think that it's okay to have options, but when you combine this with everything else, it's just non-stop things and systems. It's so complicated to even get started on this game. I could keep on listing systems, but I think it's pretty clear that they've just accumulated layer upon layer until you've gotten this like technical mess. Monster Hunter 1 was in comparison a lot simpler. It still was complex to a degree, but the amount of systems and loops were way less. You couldn't even upgrade your armor in that game. In my opinion, Monster Hunter's gameplay should be relatively simple. And I'm not talking like, oh, the combat should be simple. No, I think it comes down to everything. Every single action that the player takes. There should be less menus and more direct interactions. Like,
there's a lot of things being said in this video. I'm pausing a lot. My apologies. But should everything be simple? Let's put it like this. How about we replace the word simple with intuitive? And then I can get behind it. Every system in Monster Hunter should be intuitive. Because I think that simple has kind of like a different connotation to it. And therefore, intuitive, I think, is the better way of doing it. Because a lot of times you could say, oh, we simplified the problem of you jumping into a quest and not having a hot drink. Oh, how'd you simplify it? Well, we just got rid of it. Now you just don't use hot drinks, which is what they did in Rise and Sunbreak. Or you could say it, well, we simplified it in that you can just go and get your thing from your tent. But at the end of the day, I just think it should be more intuitive. Like maybe, you know, in the menu that you're going to the quest, they could actually mention the quest. By the way, this region's really hot. You know, maybe bring a cold drink, something like that. Or, you know, something that could be more intuitive, but not necessarily you guys know what I'm saying. I think that intuitive is a better word there. And I think that might have actually been what he intended instead of simple. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to put words in his mouth. He's not saying to remove it, simplify it. But I think that simplification is not necessarily the best way of going about it. Because you can simplify a lot of things. Like, for instance, you could simplify certain combo inputs and weapons. Like, say, okay, so now with the gun lance, instead of you having to press Y and circle to at the end of a combo to do the multi-wyvern fire thing. Not multi-wyvern fire. What do they call it? Multi-worm stake, whatever. I don't know what the thing is called. I suck at names, but you guys know the one where it goes like brah, brah. And you could go like, okay, we simplified it. Now instead of you pressing triangle and circle, all you got to do is just press triangle. And I go like, so you mean I just mash triangle nonstop and it goes into the wyvern fire combo? Yeah. It's like, well, that's bad. So it's like it should be intuitive because of the fact that we're going to include shelling into that combo. Therefore, it's because it includes melee and shelling, you're going to have to press both buttons. That's intuitive, right? You get what I'm saying? That's the thing. I think he means more intuitive. I hope he does. Because I don't think that simplifying is a good word for what he is saying.
Takes. There should be less menus and more direct interactions. Like there should be more of when you just go up to something, you press the right button at the right time, and then the right interaction happens rather than dealing with menus. Right now, a lot of the interactions, especially when you're not on a quest, are redundant, but are usually mandatory busy work. And I'm sure for series veteran fans, these things don't seem like issues. And that's because we've been frogs. We've been boiled in these systems for so long, we just don't notice it anymore. But a new player notices, and this is...
So I'm going to say something that is going to trigger a lot of people. I like gathering. I do. I don't necessarily like doing it on stream because it's not something that I know you guys want to watch. Me just going around the map, do a bunch of fucking gathering. But when I'm playing alone, absolutely. I love gathering. Put on a podcast, whatever the fuck. I just go straight into the map and I'm just like, okay, let's go get some herbs. What else do I need? Oh, I should probably get some minerals as well. I like gathering. I do. It's that simple. And again, like I said, I probably don't do it that often on stream unless I'm forced to, because I know it's not something that you guys want to watch, because I know it's not necessarily entertaining content to watch, but it is content that I like doing. You chill, there's no stakes, and you're just roaming through the world. You get to appreciate the landscapes and all of that stuff, and you're just sitting there gathering. I like it. I like that a lot. I think that's a ton of fun. If anything, it actually annoys me, the limitation on your inventory, because it's like, oh, fuck, my inventory's full. I almost wish that there's something that you can do when you're like, oh, I'm just doing a gathering run. Can I just like put things in some invisible box that just keeps going away or something? I don't know. But yeah, that's the biggest thing for me is that when I'm gathering, I can fill up my inventory really, really fast. And I'm just like, oh, I just want to keep gathering. But yeah, I like gathering. I do. And, you know, I know that a lot of players don't, but I like gathering. I think it's fun.
For so long, we just don't notice it anymore. But a new player notices, and this is the one thing keeping a lot of players from even touching Monster Hunter. I think we have to stop thinking like we're elites. Oh, if you don't get Monster Hunter, then it's not for you. Maybe we should start to realize, okay, maybe there's actually a problem to this. Maybe this is...
Monster Hunter is never going to be a game that's for everyone, and you can call me a gatekeeper based on that if that's what you want. It's just not. because not everybody wants to experience the repetitious nature of Monster Hunter. This is something that I know for a fact within the gaming community. It is never going to have, you know, the mainstream appeal of, say, like a Grand Theft Auto. It's never going to happen. It's just not. Because for some people, the thought of having to kill a Rathalos more than 3 times to get the Rathalos Ruby is going to completely turn them off the game. And I think that's fair. I think that if you don't want to have to hunt a monster more than 3 times to get its Ruby, that's fair. But I also have to say, maybe Monster Hunter is not for you if that is the case. I think it's perfectly fine. If there are some people that are not going to like the game. It is what it is. At the same time, I want as many people as possible to like the game. And I've said this multiple times because I am somewhat invested over the fact that I want Monster Hunter to be around for a very long time. And therefore, I want it to be commercially successful. And therefore, I want as many people as possible to play Monster Hunter. But that only goes so far as Monster Hunter does not change drastically to accommodate new players. I think that change is important, you know, certain changes, certain quality of life things. Sure, I get it, to make the game more accessible for newcomers. I get it, but at the same time, I don't want to come into a Monster Hunter game where it's like, well, I hunted Rathalos once and I have enough materials to make 10 of his armor sets, all of his 14 weapons, and, you know, I'm done with Rathalos and I've hunted him once. I don't think we're talking about the same game at that. Huracan, what's your guess for the Switch X monster? I have no idea.
Is too much. Can we still have the hunting simulation without all of this? And in my opinion, yes. I believe Monster Hunter still needs refining. Even Monster Hunter Wilds still has an overabundance of menu navigation and busy work.
This I agree. Monster Hunter still does need refining, particularly with the onboarding of new players. Absolutely. But I also don't want that to completely erode the core mechanics of the game.
Just to even play with your friends. Have you seen what it takes to play with, like, to have like a closed lobby and play with your friends online? There's so many different steps and loops you got to go through. It's too much. At the end of the day, though, there are some...
I got the solution. There's a guide. I made a guide. I have the solution. Don't worry about it, guys. I got you.
good steps in the right direction. Monster Hunter Wilds is experimenting with moving a lot of the player's action and reaction inputs out on the quest instead of solely in menus in the hub. I think this is the right direction. Of course, Monster Hunter Wilds is not yet released. Obviously, when the game is out, we will be able to see the full extent of Takuda's vision, the potentially good as well as any potential bad. No matter what, I want to make this clear. I believe that his vision is a bright future for Monster Hunter. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to fiercely debate and disagree with me in the comments, but thank you for commenting. I also want to thank everyone who's watched this video and the immense amount of support on my Patreon. I really want to thank you guys so much for all that support. It means so much to me. Again, there's too many people who are supporting me that I can't list you all anymore. It's like the list is like in the thousands of people. Like it's too difficult to keep up every single video, which is why I don't do it anymore. But I cannot thank you guys enough. It means so much to me. I did just release the instructions for multiple new monsters, a bunch of the Wilds monsters, as well as Volvidon, Nibblesnarf, and Shagru Magala. I've got many more on the way, so I can't wait to see more of that. Monster Hunter Wilds comes out next month. I cannot wait. I'll see you when the next trailer drops. Hopefully. Hopefully it's soon. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So I guess we'll see him next Tuesday, because that's when we're getting a new trailer. Guys, make sure to go over there, like the video. I appreciate this type of discussion, though. Like I've told you guys a million times, I like watching videos that I don't necessarily agree with everything. I like entertaining points of view that are different from my own. And I think it was an interesting discussion. I think that there are a lot of things that he talks about that I think are valid. I also think that there are a lot of things that seem to be very much loaded towards a specific section of the community that I personally haven't interacted with. Like the whole thing about, these changes are disgusting and we're boiling frogs. And I was just like, all right. That one seems like very targeted for some reason. But other than that, I thought it was interesting. There were some interesting points. I definitely don't agree with all of them. We talked about it in the video. But it's an interesting video, and I think it's an interesting discussion to have. Absolutely. Urkon, you should see Ratatosker's reaction of the video. Did he upload one? Monster Hunter needs to change Ratatosker yet. Oh. Oh. That's a 2-hour video. Yeah, that's we're not doing that. If God knows how long I've been reacting to this 16-minute video, imagine what I'd have to say on a 2-hour video. Yeah, that's not happening. We're gonna watch the True Blind Alatreon run by Twas by Design. Oh no, not this again. I don't. I'm scared of blind runs now, dude. X-Zager, I have extremely mixed feelings about Monster Hunter Wilds. Is a really good video. Can we watch that after this? It's in the other perspective, and he is here. What? I wasn't planning on it. It's like it's 6:30. I need to start getting ready to take my kids home. Let's see. Didn't even realize you were a content creator. I might have seen your stuff in the past, but I missed your name in the chat. Let's see. Okay, that's 30 minutes. That's 35 minutes. I can't do it. It's way too long because I have to go soon. If it was shorter, I probably could have done it. But I will check it out later. I will see it later today. No, it's just like, guys, you guys know me and reacting. I pause too much. I talk too much. I'm a professional yapper. If it was the beginning of the stream, I'd do it. But like a 35-minute video could easily become like a 3-hour interaction with me because I'm a professional yapper. But I will check it out, X-Zagor. Can you watch mine roast me live? Oh God, Ark, really? Is it like 3 hours? Why are you like this, Ark? Yes, roast Ark, I agree. This is 6 minutes. Is it this thing?
Today, so I'm just gonna keep
is it this thing? Is this it, Ark? Straight Jacket, thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat, appreciate the support. Thank you. You think Monster Hunter should have competition in a genre? Absolutely. And it would have if people would stop fucking it up. Like friggin' Wild Hearts obliterating itself for some strange reason. It's 13. 2 videos before that one? Bro. Let me see. What is this? This one? I've already watched it. So it wouldn't be an honest reaction, see? It's got the red thing on it. Look. I've already watched it.
No intro today because I'm getting...
You see how it's got like the whole red thing? Not to mention, this is some longsword slander again. People will say that I hate longsword. Look at what you did. Look. He didn't roast me in the comments? No. Probably not. Ah. There was no longsword slander. Oh, so it's clickbait, is what you're saying. It's just clickbait. But no, guys, I unfortunately do have to go. Sorry, but I do need to go get my kids home and all of that stuff. Got to get them ready for school tomorrow and all of that. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me in the stream today. I appreciate you. And once again, I'm sorry if people felt a little bit annoyed at my thoughts of difficulty. I haven't really changed my mind on the things that I've said, but I do recognize that repeating it over and over is getting people annoyed. So my apologies for that. But I'm getting out of here. I'll see you guys later. Probably going to assemble the rest of my squad at home today. I have like 3 miniatures left to assemble, I think. Like, I'm kind of excited to go home and start gluing these bad boys together so that we're fresh for tomorrow. You know, because it's a little bit of it's kind of like a palate cleanser, you know? You just like sit down, clip these bad boys out of the sprues. They look real cool and shit. I'm addicted to this. I'm gonna get addicted to this shit. This is bad. It's bad because once I start painting them, I know how badly this gets to me. But yeah, guys, I love y'all. I'll see you guys later. If you enjoyed the stream, hit the like button, subscribe, bell notification icon, all that jazz. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow because, you know, in order to be on Preach's thing, I'll have to be there around 5, so that would mean stream would have to end way too early, unless I stream earlier. I don't know. I'll figure something out about tomorrow. And then Tuesday, we have the stream in the evening, so hopefully you guys are looking forward to that. And I'll see you guys then. Stay strong. Stay safe. Peace out.